don't chase life, life chases us. Brains on the dance floor, not just crush. We sway like shadows in a photo booth. Two dead giveaways for living proof. If love's a bite, then let it leave a mark. Glow in the dark, right through the dark. Welcome to the pink zombie club, where the lost fall in and the hearts wake up. Hands up high, we rise above. Hush the hush, feel the rush, undead love. Spin that record, resurrect the buzz. Neon bloodline in our headphones hum. If you know, then you know what it does. You're alive in the pink zombie club. Flicker lights were stitched in silver thread, laughing at the rumors we're the walking dead. News flash, we're breathing in a different way. Playlist pumping pink into a grayscale day. Your jacket's lined with midnight confetti. I'm a graveyard queen and your street light ready. We don't need coffins, we got booths. Lip sync truce and ultraviolet proofs. We kiss like rumors over echo drums. Turn skeleton keys into sugar plum. If fear's the lock, then love's the spark. Glow in the dark, right through the dark. Welcome to the pink zombie club, where the lost fall in and the hearts wake up. Hands up high, we rise above. Hush the hush, feel the rush, undead love. Spin that record, resurrect the buzz. Neon bloodline in our headphones hum. If you know, then you know what it does. You're alive in the pink zombie club. Call it afterlife, I call it after midnight. Call it grave mistake, I call it getting it right. We're stitched by the kick drum, stitched by the snare. If the world's asleep, we'll meet it up there. Count 1 by 2 hearts, 3 dreams, no fear. 4 a.m. lights say we're staying right here.
Pink, 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 zombie club. Clap, clap, rise above. Pink, 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 zombie club. Love, love, undead love, love.
Welcome to the pink zombie club, where the lost fall in and the hearts wake up. Hands up high, we rise above. Hush the hush, feel the rush, undead love. Turn the moon to a mirror for us. See the glow in the dust we kick up. If you're broke, if you're brave, if you're stuck, come alive in the pink zombie
Dust on the breeze, voice in the silence, promise that seafares. We walked as blazing shadows named, drank from the well of silent shame. The sad new truths we dare not face, our past a curse we can't erase. The stars remember every scar, yet still we climb no matter far. We walk fearless where shadows weep, bound to darkness, yet we believe. Sense bear witness to hope unseen, rise from the ashes, ashes redeemed, ashes redeemed. Let fire speak where silence grew. Let blood remember what is true. We do not kneel, we do not run. The desert waits and we become. We walk fearless where shadows weep, bound to darkness, yet we believe. Sense bear witness to hope unseen, rise from the ashes, ashes
Well, we did it all for Geek Master Mike. That's the only time we've ever done an intro like that. It's amazing. Welcome back, everybody. We are in like chapter 2-ish of what we're doing here in Red Wizard's Rise. But probably chapter 3 since Gary come. We've turned over many a leaf here. We've got a special guest today. We've got Kurt sitting in Lavinia's seat, I guess. We're
Yeah. Yeah.
Skylar. Yeah, he's so we got another character
Wait, hold on.
for that one here coming in a moment, but we got Kurt's special guest.
There we
with us.
go. Does
A
that
beautiful-
work better for the seat?
Yeah, that's awesome. And then so we got special guests because Ty and Kate are out. In our last session, this crew popped into the Shadowfell, into the Dread Realms, I suppose, or kind of. It's weird. We're trying to do Lathander, which is the Raven Queen's realm, and it's like a halvesies Shadowfell, right? Like it's Shadowfell, but it's got a very neutral balance to it. We're working through that. We're designing it. The map's opening up as we play. We've got an amazing charity up and running, 988 suicide awareness, mental health awareness. We had great donations all last week as well. We're halfway to our interim goal towards the end of the year. But if you're feeling blue, not having a great time, feeling like maybe someone's going to hurt themselves, or you're having those type of thoughts or ideations yourself, dial 988 like you do 911, and someone will get you in touch with a specialized counselor for pretty much whatever you're going through exactly. They're going to be able to get you some detailed help. And if you're starting to feel a little depressed and going down that path, you can use it as a preventative measure. So highly recommend They'll get you a hold of some pretty decent counseling and free to as free counseling, and then you go down that path to they work something out for you. If you don't have the squanch to hit the charity, pack some of your day this week when you're stuck in traffic and say how you doing. Reach out to a buddy, check on them, do a buddy check, and let them download how bad their week was or whatever, and just kind of listen empathetically. And that's just as good as charity. That's coming from the heart. So, subject to that, let's see. We'll go around the room. We'll do a quick wave. We got Kurt playing a Doom Guide cleric, special guest in today. We've got Skylar playing our Paladin monk, playing Sylvaris. We got Judgy slash James, our DM from Dungeon Mechanics, playing Gryffindor, back and new on the second or third session with this character. And then we got Dear Sweet Pete playing Kalistan, the half tabaxi, half man Quadzilla paladin. Does anybody have any quick updates or anything you guys want to share? Or do you guys want to play some Dungeons and Dragons?
I just want to thank everybody who has followed in the last 3 days, because you catapulted us way past 1,300 followers. So
We did it!
thank you.
Huzzah!
Yeah.
Huzzah! I think we're in a really good spot where, like, there was a time where that would hurt my feelings. You'd see one person go away and one person added, and I would notice those things. Now it seems like we really got an awesome community out there hanging out with us. Yeah, thanks, Dro, for watching. Let's kick this off here. I think I'll continue doing the updates because we've had 12 straight hours of combat. We did the St. Jude's event where there was a massive dungeon crawl where you guys fought from level 7 to level 8 as you entered into Thay proper. As you crossed the Sunrise Mountains, going from the Rashaman area into the mountains there, and you crossed into a dried up lake bed where you looked into it and you saw one of the first, they're called Tharks. A Thark is a governor of Thay, the Zalkirs. I'm sorry. A Thark is more like a count of Thay. The Zalkirs are like the governors. So this is a lesser Thayan lord. Still very powerful. You saw that it was being circled and protected by one of the 8 Dracolich that you guys have discovered that exist and are allied with the Thayans. One of the 8 Dracolich is circling this area, so you found a backdoor. An Aarakocra ranger who had lived in the Sunrise Mountains found you a sneaky backsies way into this place, which led into this massive 2-session dungeon crawl. 2 or 3 sessions. 3 sessions, I believe. It was long. You guys fought your way to level 8 in there, where you fought Thark Garos, a rock speaker stone giant, a very chaotic, corrupt stone giant who was building a portion of this 3-part device that Zaztam is creating to create an apotheosis, right? He wants to become a god. He wants to become a lich god, much like Vecna. You can tell in our realms that there is a push and pull of these 2 very powerful liches. Zaztam seeking opportunity as much as he can. Zaztam had previously, if you want to go back farther, to our campaigns before this, before Storm King's Thunder, before all the way into the Rise of Tiamat, Zaztam had offered assistance to the heroes of the time to fight Tiamat. What did Zaztam get from this? 25% of the Horde, which everything seemed fine there, right? So the Thayans, about 4 years ago, go back into Thay, and they build off this. And the Thayans in this power vacuum or whatever that has occurred are back, and you can tell that this party is seeing that they are just like the Empire growing out here. Zaztam is a dick. Surely. So this party finds the back door through this big dungeon. They find a fissure and a rift into the Shadowfell. There has been dreams and clues that lead people to believe that one way to create this apotheosis or destroy the apotheosis has a lot to do with how the Raven Queen became a demigod. And I would even consider the Raven Queen in this realm like three-quarters god, more than, you know what I mean, more than a demigod. She was very powerful, but something nicked her as she was becoming a full-on god by Airdrie, Lathander, and other of the prime gods. Uh, this party, um, as they see this fissure into the Shadow Realm, this great big obsidian ball kind of spinning below the tower of the Necroforge, as they slayed Thargeros. The great orb is sitting there. They look into it and they see this woman Tabaxi. You guys recognize her as Jade. She was the previous ruler of the Necroforge. She had advanced to become a Thark within the Shadow
Boo!
Realm.
She's a bad person. Boo!
Yeah, you see all these mirrors. She's in this room full of mirrors. She looks, you know, she's in there. She sees you guys staring into the teleportation orb. She takes it and she spins it away. You don't know where it's at, but when you step into it to advance upon her, you ended up in this battlefield. You ended up into the Raven Queen's realm. These citadeled rings. I liken to it as these stacked rings. Like if you look at the Paradiso or Babylon, you know what I mean? Like it's these stacked, massive planes of rings. You arrive on a bridge that connects two of these rings together. You notice that the Thayans are advancing upon one of the internal rings. It now all adds up that the Thayans and the undead are turning some of these rings into Dread Realm. Because as you also realize, the Raven Queen's magic has dissipated, or it's gone from the world. Like something is disrupted. She's gathered you guys as champions to fight something that is out of balance, something that's old, something that has occurred 3,000-4,000 years ago is now coming to fruition through a series of events. So this kind of occurs. You guys pop out into this battlefield. The five of you. Now Kurt's character and the name Kurt's character is, one more time since I'm not seeing it on the. What is it again? You muted. Sorry, pal.
I muted myself. You know, it's
That's
Brytek.
okay. Yeah, Brytek. Thank you. Brytek has been on the inside of these walls for about 10 days, maybe 10 days. We'll work through that as well to give you your character some agency as you dive into this. The party goes in there. Lavinia, who was a general, she's a reborn character. She was a general like 4,000 years ago. She steps onto the battlefield. She wants to use all of her like reborn, it's called like lore seeking stuff. It's like her daily powers. She wants to use all of them to make an assessment as she sees these battalions of undead going against, like preparing to attack the walls. She rolled pretty well, and she asked, her question was like, me as a general, do I think that we could push these guys back, that we could stem the tide? And I was like, yes. Like, I don't see it like being a full-on TPK, but you guys could do something, and you guys did really well. I think the tables kind of turned. You saw this Yucklaw being summoned at the same time. The Yucklaw had some superpowers as well, but you did push back this siege to the point where they all retreated. The redoubts that they created, the bastions, they built like these hasty ramparts on the outside of this keep, and they had these ballistas and catapults that were shooting stuff at the wall, and you guys basically rendered them like neutralized. And we can start like remembering and assessing the battle from this point on, right? So you guys run into the keep. The shields come down for a little bit. The shields come up. The party of 5 come in to the inside of this. Now, Brytek, you have been on the wall. You saw this extraordinary event kind of occur. You saw 5 like. It's 5.5, everybody. So you saw 5 superheroes show up in this moment of the Alamo is about to get overrun, right? Like you guys saw this, these dudes come out of this globe. You noticed that one of the a lot of the Shadowkai started chanting Gryffindor. You see a Shadow Dragonborn return. Gryffindor was a part of your sortie when you went out to attack the catapult. Gryffindor was taken by the Thanes. He has now returned for some reason out of this globe. You can you can ask those questions. You are acquainted with him? Like imagine if you just deployed to someplace, you were out there for 5, 6 days. You knew him. You've ate mess together. You've seen this cleric, but you didn't really engage in a conversation. When they asked for 10 folks to go out and take that catapult 10 days ago, Gryffindor was like, I'll go. He was, you know what I mean? Like he was one of the guys who were like, here am I. And you guys went out there and did this thing. So the scene is like this. You see the inside of this keep. I tried designing it as well as I could. It is quiet for the first time in a long time. You don't hear siege anymore. You're not hearing boulders hitting this force field. And the cracks from, the and like the trebuchet launching stuff, the evil howls of undead marching against you guys. Now what you hear is Shatterkai resharpening blades. You hear tink, tink, like they're back to work because there may be 9 or 10 left. They know, you know what I mean, that this siege could happen in any day. You can't see very far down the bridge because there's mist, probably a kilometer down the bridge itself. So we'll start this with kind of the ending scene. We'll do an ending scene. You all take a long rest and you wake up in the morning. Okay, and then I'll kind of go around the room and I'll go with the Doom Guide last because you know what I mean, you're new to this thing. So I'll go clockwise around folks and you can pick up however you guys meet. There are several different places. So when you rest, you can say, hey, I slept at this place or whatever. I'll wake you up there and I'll give you the kind of scene and NPCs or whatever in that location. So as you guys enter through the portcullis, behind it, it snaps shut. There's 2 portcullis. The outer one was broken. You guys saw that. The gate did not fall, but it almost did. The ash drifts like snow as well. The moonlight of the gate flickers behind cracked stone. The Shatterkai do not celebrate. You see them immediately resetting, filling barrels of arrows, and using this time, sandbagging things, adding rocks to places where they can that have been shattered. They reset like warriors who know the next blow is already coming. You guys are immediately greeted by a female Shatterkai, chainmail with a breastplate, and you can see chains are wrapped around her breastplate to reinforce it. There are several piercings in places that are strained, that are maybe strange to you, where the chains are attached to her skin in some cases. When you arrived, she gives you the Roman handshakes, and we held. That is all. And she well met you, and quickly places you guys against the wall where you can take a hasty respite. The only agency that I'll steal, unless you don't want your long rest, right, is you kind of pass out at that point. Who decides to long rest it, or who wants to move around and ask questions before you? We'll say Pete's in my top left on this.
Yeah, I'm absolutely fine. I'm a little bit battle worn from getting beaten up constantly, but to be honest, I want to find out what's happening, what the situation is. I just need to sort of just find out exactly, because Calisan's going to be a bit paranoid about this barrier is going to come down and we're going to be fighting this again. And also, this is my first time in the Shadowfell since I found out about the Gloomclaws.
Kael'rith introduces herself as Kael'rith Chainward. She's scarred. She's got a calm voice. Calm voice like just ancient iron. She's held this bastion from which you would think, Brytac, this has been going on for maybe 30 some days. You've been here for maybe a fortnight or a 10-day, right? But she had been here seeing the first siege, the second, and this was the third kind of attack. So she's been through it. There were probably a battalion's worth of people. There are like 15 left. You know what I mean? Like it was down to the last Shatterkai that hold the Lathander gate. She got, like I said, she's got chains wrapped around her forearm. There's sometimes smaller chains that like look like veins. And she just looks at you. You arrived at the moment between the breaths of the attack, and that's where most die. As she looks at the wounded who do pass after the attack, where you finally notice that you're laying people to rest. There are places where they're laying people to rest. They're putting these veils over their, and you can kind of still see it. It's like a cloth veil. And she stands rather stoically, and she's there. I'm there to take your, hey Dragger here, welcome. She's there to take your questions, and I'm assuming the three of you guys are there as well. Kate, you do notice, for all intents and purposes, for everybody that wants to do magic and clerical things, she immediately goes to a wall. She leans her back against the wall. Like, the shock finishes. She fell during this fight as well. She was knocked out. And she, without a bedroll or anything, just falls straight asleep against the wall. Now, you notice Shadowkai see her uniform, right? And see the filigree of the Raven Queen on this ancient, breastplate that she has. And they just kind of, like one just like, even though she's asleep, just automatically like salutes and kind of walks by. Like there's some sort of general officer that just like showed up to the battle, and they're like, what is this? So she lays out, and I'll do something for Zol, but I'll stop there. I'll shut the fuck up for a second. And Kale, did you have anything you wanted to ask Kaelrith Chain Warden as she stands there? Half of her head's shaved. She's got silvered hair into a ponytail on one half.
Basically, thank her for letting us in, first of all, because obviously we were just got through the, if we weren't let in, that was about to get real. Give her a sort of like a bit of a report on the Yoko, the Drow, and all that, because it depends on how much you could see from this battlement when we were doing that, what we were able to sort of deal with, and sort of ask her if there's anyone I can talk to around here about the Gloomclaws.
Speak to me. Gloomclaw. They're in the third ring. There were 20 of them stationed, and they're all gone. But you wear the uniform. We had a Talon captain here. The Talon captain arrived with his best warriors, and he was taken.
Well, apparently I was born for this. I don't really know all the details, and I need to find out about my heritage and find out what's happening, and this place seems the best place for that information, but what can I do to help? This looks like you're in a no-win situation here.
She says, follow me. I need to go to the rampart to take some assessments. She looks at the rest of you guys as well. There's a tall ladder, and she looks at a young Shatterkai, like clean shaved face, almost like a cut-in part of a comb over, and he's got just scale on. She's like, Kato, bring food and water and bandages, if you don't mind. And she looks at you, Kale, Gryffindor, and Savaris. She's like, we can hold this conversation while we make our assessment over the. And she begins to, climb up the thing. You guys can or can't go up if you don't want to, but she she has to go make an assessment. Gryffindor, do you follow Kale? Do you follow her? Sylvaris? You don't have to. There's plenty of things to do.
I'm gonna follow, but I'm gonna be in the back. I'm following,
Okay.
not necessarily for the assessment, but more just to get my
I would
bearings
say
of what's going on here.
Zol sees a fountain. He detects magic, and he says to you all, "That's the source of the power of the force." He's like, so he wants to investigate. So he's walking up to this fountain that's kind of in the middle of the map, and he goes and checks that out. So Savage, you stay in the back. Gryffindor, would you like?
So Griff had picked up the fallen gloom cloak on the
Yes.
battlefield, so he'll be
Yep.
bringing him back to like a resting place first before doing anything else.
Okay. So, yep, you bring him in. You see where a lot of the shrouds are being placed over folks. So you can go to that location as well. There are 3 fallen, like Shadowkai warriors. That would be a Gloomclaw. So he is, he's got that like Raven Queen type armor. He's in plate as well. You carry him over and you can sit him down there. You could see that there's just like silence, in their way. They don't say much, but silence is kind of everything. There's not much in passing words that the Shadowkai would say that you've noticed. You are a priest of Null, but you've noticed that like just the passing doesn't need a lot of words. Like it's just a part of their natural, you know what I mean? Like order. They here in the Raven Queen's domain, passing the fate, whatever your fate was, is important. Trying not to disrupt that is what is important. So if they fell, that is, you know what I mean, like a part of it. So they just kind of sit there in silent, kind of reverence over the fallen body. So Kaelrith goes up. Kale, you're in the rear. This is kind of where you hear Brytak, the creaking of a wooden ladder. You're in the center middle bastion of this place. There are 2 other Shadowkai. One is called a Gloomweaver, and one is just a Shadowkai warrior with a heavy crossbow that's sitting up the top. They're, sitting down with their backs kind of against the rampart, thinking with their heads down kind of between their knees. They've been up holding vigil for a very long time. Kaelrith is basically coming up as a natural relief. You've been up here for a while. You were in the center part of this bastion, right? And you kind of hear the smell of some sort of, Gloom Rifle Coffee Company fucking coffee coming up. You know what I mean? We'll call it Gloombow. Yeah, just like a Black Bow Coffee Company coming up the ladder, and one of those tin circular cups that are in every camp. She's bringing it up in her knuckle. She comes up and she passes it off. The creaking of her leather as she steps over, and you see 3 other individuals, and these guys were also involved in it. It's like Davy Crockett and Bowie showing up to the, you know what I mean, to the, like these dudes, they show up as reinforcements, and you're kind of sitting there. You can go ahead and what's going through your mind, and maybe engage with Kaelrith if you want, or let the RP establish itself. Seems quiet up there.
I think in that moment, like without even looking, right? Like he just smells it, right? And Brytak just juts out a gloved hand, right? To like grab the cup and like brings it and sips, and you just hear, oh, the sweet relief. And like at that, like he turns, and this being like the first time you guys are really seeing Brytak, right? His helmet is off, and as it is off, It is latched to his belt. He's wearing this kind of like almost soot-stained full plate armor with skulls almost for shoulder pauldrons in this, right? Engraving of from languages long thought dead are covering the breastplate of his armor, and on his face as well as in the center of his chest you see a stylized imagery of a skeletal arm from the elbow up gripping a set of scales, identifying him as a doom guide of Kelemvor, the cleric sent to keep the dead dead. A long night. More to come, I take it. Where is my serf?
Is they talking about Kato?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's bringing up your meals, and she puts her elbows over the edge. You might be just sitting there, her elbows over the edge. She's got kind of one leg forward. She leans up. She's like, "This is Kalistan, a tabaxi who's wearing Gloomclaw. But I've not seen you, Kalistan." As she's looking over, she's like, "But I've not seen you. You said you're confused by who you are."
It was one of the wayfarers that were sent to the Forgotten Realms.
Oh. She takes a long look at you, like if she was making a perception roll or an insight roll on you, saying that. You've never heard of wayfarers before either, but the Shatter Kai that's kind of next to you in the Gloomweaver that's sitting there, the Gloomweaver and the Shatter Kai are also going down the ladder, right? Because their shift is over. They're like, "I am done." They're coming off this thing. And these folks, they just assume that they are relieved, so they kind of leave. But the Gloomweaver, when they hear that, it's a woman. She just looks back and she kind of nods. She's like, "Huh. There's only a few wayfarers per generation." And she just kind of looks at you like, and she just kind of stares at you like, "You look like him. You look like Tiberius. Does that name ring a bell?"
I know nothing about my ancestry or who I am. All I know is, if you pardon the language here, that I was abandoned with no memory of what I was and who I was, and expected to make my way back here.
She stops on a ladder. "Well, when you're done here, and if you'd like to learn more, I know some of it."
I need to know. I need to understand. And to be honest, as I mentioned to, I can't remember the person's name who told me about it, to be honest. My mind's gone blank. But the person
I'm
who
the
mentioned...
person, and I'll see if you know.
No, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to find it here.
Okay.
So I'll be honest. And I'll say, I had a few choice words with her about this archaic methodology of doing this. The fact that they've had my understanding is you've had no returning many a year.
Well, awesome. We just got an awesome donation, and Vi's watching us. So, hey guys, that's awesome. Thanks, King. You've been super supportive. Really appreciate it. Yes. You see, I have to go into my lore as well. The Talon captains are the Raven Queen's guard. She's still kind of sitting there because she's looking over her shoulder at Gryffindor, who's with those three shrouded bodies. He's like, the Talon Captain's children are passed a wayfarer. It's interesting that you say you were a wayfarer, because you would have been one of his children that he'd have to, or his firstborn. Whether it's
Again,
whether it's a girl or a boy.
I understand, but at the moment, all I know is I was abandoned. I was left to fend for myself. Found this group of people, this really capable group of people, and I found my way back here. That's nearly everything I know.
Kind of looks at your armor. Wearing the Gloomclaw's feather. And she looks at that obsidian, like, metal feather that's on your chest.
Yep.
All of those coincide. Seem like you're in the right spot. But please, I must tend to those that are passing.
If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. I don't like idle hands. Are not my specialty.
Rest. She looks at you and kind of, very stoic, but a kind of a smile that comes from a benevolent grandmother. Kind of, she's just a little bit of a smirk, and she's like, "It was a pleasure to meet you." And she goes down the ladder, kind of passes Sylvaris there. Kael'rith is still sitting there with her elbows on the ramparts. She walks up and sees Gryffindor. You recognize her as Velka, Ashmother. She runs the hospital. You remember this place. It's not like a building, but more of a ruined hall that's repurposed. Flickering, candles, soft whispers, controlled pain from some of the wounded. Some are being healed, and others are being prepared, just like they're preparing your friend. She walks up to you and she puts her hand on your shoulder as you're kind of going through some of the process as well. Welcome back, Griffin. We do not save them all. We do not try to. And she takes her knees and you hear her gently ripping, some of the, very thin fabric that goes over them. You can still kind of see a bit of their face as the veil is laid over top. It's a very still quiet. Do you have any questions for her? Or do you want to do anything, Gryffindor? Before I head back up to the rampart?
He'll just kneel down next to her and Etienne and kind of carry over that silence knowingly. I mean, I think the weight of it they both understand, but he'll kind of just like watch the process as it goes through.
Yep. So you've seen it. So you're taking your moment. You feel kind of tired, drained from some of your magics as well. There are folks that could use a heal. You know what I mean? Like, that are in there. You can tend to them as well. They're doing their thing. Like they're just like, their culture is like, they'll put the bandage on there and then they'll put chains on. You know what I mean? Like, you're like, but if there's a tourniquet, it's got a chain involved in it. So just, thematically, as you're thinking about it, they're doing things like that. So think about almost everything has these. I'm not thinking Hellraiser, but I mean, they've got a lot of shaved heads and a lot of piercings that are attached to the from nose to ear kind of because that's just how they are. You know what I mean? Like that's their culture. Chains on chains on chains. So we'll
I think he
return.
will.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
He will pick like the three worse for wear but still alive members. Cast Cure Wounds. You notice that Gryffander's magic is kind of aggressive. So when you cast Cure Wounds, you see like the skin or wound kind of like stitch itself back closed as it's healing. As this like fiery purplish red energy enacts it.
Okay. That's all. Yeah. So they're like, it's like when you pour the anesthetic. You know what I mean? Or when you pour. My vocabulary sucks so bad today. Help me out. Anyways, like the burn. You know what I mean? But it's healing, so it's like, and then it's all better. You know what I mean? What word am I looking for? But anyways,
Hydrogen
what was that
peroxide.
stuff we had to pour? Huh?
Peroxide.
Yeah, hydrogen peroxide. Yeah, I had so much of that brown bottle of stuff that solved everything in northern Michigan in the 80s and 90s. Just after rugby, solved everything. I don't know what that's gonna do to me. And 70 years old, but give me superpowers. So you continue to heal folks like that, and then we return back. Kael'Ritha, you can tell, is like still assessing and kind of talking. Sylvaris, you're kind of watching this as well. Sylvaris, as you get up there, you feel something very natural when you feel the wind blowing across these bridges. And when you look across this bridge, you can see a very distant horizon with very marked high peaks that just span the horizon. 2 days travel away, but peaks that are just like in the tens of thousands of feet tall. These large, dark bluish, horizons with the glow and flare of thunder. Every once in a while, a strong bolt of lightning hits, a very Matterhornish peak. But if you look off to the right, it's another Matterhornish peak, right? Like this, just as you look kind of across the horizon, you can see that the way that Latherna is built, it is another bastion of the citadel that is Latherna, is this massive Hindu Kush-like mountain range that is the fourth ring, that you believe is probably taken by the enemy, right? Like that's the enemy territory once the Raven Queen's territory. As you see this as well, you see a raven like return and head straight behind you. You look, and in the distance as well, you see, another far horizon where there is this centered spire in the pinnacle of where the Raven Queen used to reside.
So you said Kael'Retha is standing there as well?
Yes. Yeah, she's there. Your monk robes are kind of blowing in a gust that comes out of the abyss as well, with a bubbling mist on the edges of the bridge.
So I'll climb the ladder. I'm not even going to look at her. If you say there's wind blowing, I'm just going to stare, just stare out. And then just under my breath, Sylvaris. Seems the wind thought we should meet. Just as a greeting to her.
Yeah, I think when you do this, you do feel, you've got the long, kempt hair with the knot in the back as well. You do feel your hair like blow with a bit of grace for just a second, as an answer. You know what I mean? Like if you're taking a moment of leaning into that, as I've mentioned before, you do get advantage on when you're in that area in the middle. You feel like you have an advantage of a survival check. Like the wind is carrying a message, like animals can hear things from a long ways away. You can kind of, your senses are very heightened in front of it.
And if I see that storm out, I don't know anything about this place. The only Shadowfell that I knew was what was it before? It was kind of like the almost like a prison, an old prison, where they were taking people. So I'm gonna ask her a question. I'm like, what can you tell me about? It seems Airdrie has some domain over a part of this land.
During the first siege, she'll say, the first siege wasn't necessarily a siege. The Drow assassins arrived. That's when Tiberius was taken. He arrived as if he sensed something, and then our leaders were taken immediately. The Drow attacked. We fought back, but they got what they wanted. We sent scouts after them. And Thren Veilclaw, and she'll point down the wall, and you'll see there's a tent. There's tents, there's like barracks, right? She points to the barracks, and she describes them as the still rows, and there are rows of tents. It's like the still rows. Thren Veilclaw is there. Another tabaxi just like him, more of a ranger, but he had been to the other side. He pursued them with a smaller party. Of course, he was the only to return, but he has more details on what lie beyond the Airdrie Gate.
You say Tiberius. Who is this Tiberius?
Tiberius. There are Talon captains, if there may be one or two children. Tiberius would be much like a high captain. He ruled the Gloomclaw Gate, and she'll point back, but you can't see in the distance. When you turn around, this gate is a little bit higher. The gatehouse is a little bit higher than the back of the keep itself, because it's not necessarily important to have a wall to the inside. You know what I mean? Of this one, it's more important to have the wall on the outside, but maybe for traffic control or whatever, there's a lower wall in the back heading towards the center of Lathander. And she kind of points like the Gloomclaw Citadel. That's where, and she'll look at Kale like that's where Tiberius ruled. A noble there. A lot of them noble.
Is he still alive?
We don't know. We know that they captured clerics. They captured several people, Tiberius being one of them. You'll remember that there was a cleric that was captured in that Thayan taxation place, said that they were captured many days ago. That would have been, for you, passive perception, that time adds up. That maybe that cleric was involved. Go ahead, Skylar.
What?
Right.
Was his name Tiberius Calistan?
Is Calistan your last name? I thought Calistan.
Yeah, we found that list of names that had Calistan on it, is what I think.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so that's what I'm trying to get at. Like,
no, his name wasn't Calistan, but you can make a actual perception roll.
No, that's a 3+.
Well, I mean, 8. Kale's.
Well, I asked because if they're kind of talking about, if she's talking about Tiberius as though he is potentially Calistan's father, in a way, is that kind of the way that was?
Yeah, because we had that list of all the names on there, and Calistan was on there, and it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
No, Calistan the First is in the mirror, and I saw that person or that Cat in the mirror with Jade before and I'll just like, is Tiberius this Calistan the First? Has Tiberius just gone missing, or is Tiberius dead? What is
Yeah, make a. I passed something. Well, he's like the three of you who are up there. Three of you make a religion check. And Gryffindor, you could have come back as well if you want to like tend to them and come back up there. You can, or you can just continue, down there. But
11?
I got a 14 on the religion check.
team, what'd you get, Sylvaris?
11.
And Gryzak.
I don't think the dice are with me today. Throwing that one out there.
Yeah, you've been up there for
That's
a while.
That's a
Here's what I'll offer. Because
2. I'm rocking a 2 on this one.
yeah. You know that there's just crazy Gloomclaw lore, and for the two of you, you remember, and Vela's name was Valus Nocturne. Valus Nocturne was this cleric that is still in the Sunrise Mountain. He had mentioned that you were unnamed, and she's like, well, I'm not sure. You might want to speak with the Ash Mother. And she points down to the Gloomweaver that was there.
Oh, okay.
She
Velka?
points down and says she knows more about the lore. Velka knows a little bit more about the lore. Because Kael'rith would not necessarily know this very well, but Calistan, I'm not sure. But you might want to ask that to Valen. Velka Ashman.
Very well. It's part of the reason how we ended up here. I saw it's Jade whatever her name, Jade, whatever her last name was. I saw her, and in amongst the mirrors around her room was a tabaxi, who is, as far as I've been described, has been described as missing and is in that mirror. So, if
we've only heard of Thark Gloomfall, Jade, you said is the name.
I believe she is now the Thark, or a Thark.
That's very interesting. She says that's an interesting name. And, she's like, there is, think of broken Roman statues kind of lined up on the bridge. She's like, what a pretentious name to take, Jay. It's interesting. But we have heard of this Thark Gloomfall, using Thayan magics and dark magics to make some sort of dread realm out of the fourth ring. Jade, you say, and she points to a weathered statue that's down the wall. Think of it as someone took the name Achilles.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Interesting.
Oh, I'm trying to find the new name she took. Jade. What was the new spot that she took?
But
I was on page 40 of shit that I've written.
Yeah. I'm trying to find it.
Skylar, Sylvaris doesn't. As you're mentioning this, I'll say. But aren't we under the impression that the Jade that is across there is the original Jade. She's just now a vampire.
Vampire. You hear that? So,
Even I'll
Bartek,
be
you
like,
hear that?
I don't know about
You hear
vampires.
vampire, and that's
Like, yeah, like that's one of those like Brightag just kind of like say what now?
well, that would be an abomination to this place.
Exactly, and my understanding is where I got this token from was where she was laid to rest.
Interesting.
So I do not have all the details yet, but my working assumption at the moment is that she was corrupted, turned, and she's leading the assault on this place.
She looks out and she's like, the Zephyr Shroud. It was ruled by a shadow dragon. When the shadow dragon went missing, it became a very aggressive place as the younger shadow dragons became more aggressive. Beyond the Zephyr, and she's looking out, is the vast jungle, fifth, where the saddened Isabel lives, as she mourns the loss of the relationship with Raven. We don't know much, but Thren did return with additional. But that's all I can say. This has happened 30 days ago. You know, she kind of just summarizes, and we've been on our heels holding back these. And she looks over the battlefield, and you can see she squints, and she kind of looks. She's like, I'm going to need a Gloomweaver here's assessment on if there's any Duamers still active on that battlefield. They've been using teleportation to transport their undead form of this black glow, obsidian glow.
As you say that, I just blurt out, Jade of the Gloomfall Siege. That's what her name is. Is this
Very valuable
Gloomfall?
information.
Is this Gloomfall?
She points, and she's like, that, from the prisoners that we've taken, who have passed, that is what they're calling the Gloomfall.
Then that's who is, yes. That is who is, this Jade of the Gloomfall Siege is who is directing this.
I don't know much of Thayans. They seem to be from another world. They are very keen on discovering our secrets. And she looks down at Brytak. Ancient scrolls of undeath are kept in these rooms and guarded. It is very powerful that Thayans seek them.
Of course. But if this Jade individual is the one leading these attacks, seems to me that that would be the first to eliminate.
She steps back and she looks at the five of you. She's like, well. She looks back at the tower. Does fear powers of the Raven Queen have returned? And she
No Raven Queen here.
she puts her hand on your shoulder. It's been you know what I mean? There's probably been
Yeah.
some jabs back and forth.
Oh, for
You know what I
sure.
mean?
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She just puts her hand on her shoulder as like an ally, you know, and kind of taps the skull on one of her shoulder pauldrons, you know, and she's like, "Well, let's get a refill." And she looks down as two more Shadowkai come up, kind of rested, and like they're on the night shift, and they shake hands. There's another Gloomweaver, a little bit younger, and a another Shadowkai that take positions. You guys are welcome to either rest. She mentions that there's a hospital. She mentions that she's like the barracks. That's the still row. You can find bedding there. Our mess hall is the last warmth, and she points in another location. The Unbroken Edge is our armory. If you need anything fixed, subject that you guys are welcome here amongst us. We can speak in the morning. I'm going to tend to some of the repairs and make assessments on this shield. And it appears we're blessed again as you see Zol. Like you can see he's just beginning a ritual on the fountain, and you can see the fountain kind of the shield begin to kind of throb with, you know what I mean, like magic kind of coming back into it. And then Zol takes a knee. He gets drowsy. You can hear him mouth like, "I need a rest," and moves to the barrack. But he figured it out. You get the sense that he figured out how to do some sort of ritual to bolster the defenses a little bit. But he's instantly gassed, and he grabs some mess, and then he goes to the row.
I'm going to go rest, but before I do, I've got quite a lot of healing left on me. So I've got 20 cure, lay on hands, and I've also got 3 first level and 2 second level spells. So I'm going to use
Ash Mother is there. There are a few folks that have been knocked out of action that if you healed them, you'd make 10, 12. Right? If you guys worked on them, there'd be 12 back on the wall, which is enormous because you got to think about it. You don't need thousands of warriors when you have level 1, level 2 guys on the wall. You know what I mean? Like you can handle your own against the hordes of goblins and stuff. So you tend to them. They approve of your radiant heals over the hydrogen peroxide shadow heals Gryffindor. To a dragon, you're like, yeah, fire. This feels fantastic. These guys are like, small amount of peas.
It's just he's just cauterizing all the wounds.
Yeah, exactly. It's fantastic. Velka Ashmother is there. You had questions for her that, your passive perception is she's there. She's somber. She takes a bell that looks a lot like if you ever seen Toll of the Dead or whatever, and just like a single bell ring over the top of one of them as they, as they pass. And she looks at Gryffindor and just gives you this look of like, I'm sorry for your loss. The sortie that you guys took, destroy those captains. They saved us for another. It forced them to bring up more of their undead souls. Couldn't be more grateful. And I'm happy for your return, my son. And she looks at you and she's like, "Null be praised." And she smiles. As we all worked in this time where our Dark Mother is gone. Who is this? And she points at Vin. As you guys come up, she's like, "Who is that? Does she need healed? Does she need it?"
She probably does. But...
Yeah. She's like,
can she be healed? I don't even know.
And I'll say to her, her story's her own to tell.
Yeah, she's like, that is a very Shadowkai answer right there. She's like, yeah, very emo. Yeah, I get it. Tim, a paladin, struggles with Shadowkai, so I'm doing my best. All right. So do you have any questions for the Ash, for Velka, the Ash Mother?
Yes, I want her to sit down and sort of. They were saying that she could potentially do like a reading or something on the Gloomclaw side of things and find out some information. And I'm like, I'll go through the spiel and tell her everything I know. I'm not holding anything back. I'm also
So
not holding back the complete animosity I have for their practices because I think it's the uselessest thing in the world that they've done. And I just like,
you're also seeing them chain up wounds. So you know what I mean? Like
I'm
in
healing them.
terms of
I'm healing
blocking
them.
practices. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. I'm just like the way that they do things, the way it
Yeah.
works here is fine, but the way that they treat their young for their future of their order is batshit crazy.
She sits there and she finishes. When she rings the bell, she says the name of these fallen comrades. And the last one, she's like at the end, ding, and um, Gloomclaw. She says, and brings her hand back. Savaris, you're there. You had a question about Calistan.
I was gonna let
Yeah,
Calistan actually ask that question since it
yes.
was
So the same question.
yeah.
Well, she looks at you and looks up down. She's like, I understand that you are a Gloomclaw. And it'd be a lot better if Valus Nocturne was still here with us. She mentions that name, who was a priest of the Raven. And we had a relationship. And he would say to me that you had to give up your born. And you say Calistan the First.
Yes.
I'd hate to speak Tiberius's real name. That would be Calistan's born name. If, in fact, that's what you're insinuating.
I'm asking. I'm merely asking that
Your
because
your insight is like, oh, when Valus Nocturne gave the ranks and the structure of the Gloomclaw, when you enter, you give up your born name, and
okay.
you know
Take
what I mean?
and you
Like,
take a different
yeah.
name. So
It
so
makes total sense that with Calistan's hatred of this new path, he could keep the name Calistan.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And
So I'll use my wisdom, not my intelligence, to go
yeah.
smart. So
Hey, Brick.
so Tiberius has gone missing. Correct?
Yes. Tiberius went missing.
Not
First attack.
not
It
dead,
was
but missing.
Could be dead. She's like, I don't know.
I think I know where he is.
Well, I
Whatever
can tell you.
where is, but I have seen him with my own eyes.
Without the queen in the spire of Lathander and Tiberius missing as well, we are, and she doesn't want to say leaderless, you know what I mean? But like, we are in disarray.
Without
She's
inspiration.
like, I understand. She's like, I understand, Calistan, that you say that the path of the Wayfarer is barbaric. It's interesting that you say that. You mentioned this name, Jade. She was the original Talon captain who created that very process. Tiberius was one of the first to ever return.
It seems that from my understanding, I'm the first to return in generations.
She kind of looks, she puts her hand behind her back and leans against, this open window of stone, the glass broken out, weeks ago. Maybe a crunch of glass on her feet beneath her sandals. A lot does make sense. if you're saying this Jade has returned or has never passed, she, could move around. She's like, do a Gandalf moment where she goes through a bunch of like her scrolls and things like that. And, she pores over stuff and she's like, it's as a Gloom Weaver, Isabel and Jade were close. Historically.
Yep.
No one's seen Isabel. She's more of a legend. Legend of sorrow.
We know. I will be talking out of place, but Vin will know more about Isabel, and I'm pretty sure that she is still around.
I think there's been a great veil cast over us. And all we can do now is embrace the chains.
All I know is when I was bestowed this item, the Arbiter, I was told that I was a Gloomclaw, and I know very little other than that at the moment. I need to know more, and to be honest, what's happening currently is an abomination with the world. I side with our new friend here about undead should not be allowed to arise, shouldn't be allowed to exist. My leanings are different rather than the fact that they are cheating death. That does come into it, but it's more that even with slavery, death is a reprieve. You can die. You are free. But the fact that Sazam Tam and these people are turning these people, the slaves, into undead. They're even taking away their choice of being to finally be at rest. This cannot be if that means to be honest, I don't understand the significance of the Gloomclaw and the Gloom Talons and all those things. That's still something I'm picking up. But if we can stop these red wizards from enslaving these people and the undead that continue to rise, whatever the outcome, that's good.
I don't know what lies over the walls. But you're right. You could find more about the Gloomclaw by going to their citadel in the inner ring.
How many? Obviously, she was saying. Obviously, I know it's a number of multiple rings. How many rings away is the Gloomclaw castle?
It's the next one, but it's like if this is a plane, that could be weeks of travel. You know what I mean? Like rings, it's far. Like this is.
And I take it from this ring. So this ring where we're in at the moment, this is as far as the undead hordes have got so far.
That's correct.
So what we're understanding here, just to make sure I get the understanding of this, is from this ring to the next ring where the Gloomclaw castle is, there shouldn't be hordes of undead and people attacking us at this point, because it should be a no man's zone type thing rather than an actual war zone.
That's right. Think of it as a giant field of grain, of like wheat. It is this.
As long as the gladiator music is playing as we walk through it, I'm happy.
It's a very Elysium looking, you know what I mean, like plain in the middle. It's where a lot of the resources are from, and they're trying to hold this to the last, because once this goes, it's just like down to the final, you know what I mean, 2 rings in the citadel. So you guys arrived at the right time, but you can see there's 12, you know what I mean, like Shatterkai kind of left.
So should we? I'll turn to Savaris and Gryffindor and Braytak. is it not Braytak? Is it? Sorry, it's is it Braytak? Yeah. And
Braytak.
sort of sort of say we can make a difference here. Do we help for a period of time, or do we forge ahead into the Gloomclaw Castle?
Well, to me, it feels as though if we forge onto the castle, that will in turn make things easier here. Because, realistically, they're not going to leave it undefended, but they will have to redirect. So,
But they'd have to, for them to attack the castle, this gate would have fallen.
true.
So we made such a difference on that battlefield out there with people like Zol and Griff. They were being able to take swaths of the enemies down. Is there something that we rest up, we recover, we do one final hurrah to sort of lose the numbers to sort of buy them a bit more time, and then head off back to the next ring and recover there, rather than if we just leave now, these 12, 14 Gloomclaws, I can't see them unless is it how many days travel will it be? Talk to them. How many days travel will it be from this ring to the castle?
To where the Gloomclaw live?
Yeah.
Probably 10 day.
And we believe that it's going to be safe all the way across there. Is there anything that we could do with our resources and our spells and all that? So I know Zol could beef up their shield a bit more before we go tomorrow morning, because you'll have more spells available. But is there anything that anybody else can do to shore up that shield, or to take out as many of the attackers as possible, so we give them that extra couple of days?
What if we pursued into Gloomfall?
Or actually go the opposite way we need to go?
Exactly. What do we have to go? Do we have to go to the
Are
keep?
you saying you want to go inside, closer to the Latherna, to the Gloomclaws to talk to them, or go to?
Sylvaris is saying we're currently we are looking at going into the circle, into the
why
castle.
do we need to do
Sylvaris
that?
is saying go the other way and
Yeah.
take the undead out.
Why do we need to go to the center? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What?
We need to find out information and provide information about Jade, and find out what we can do and what we're doing here.
We are closer. We are closer to Jade right now. Having seen her name, the name she took, Jade of the Gloomfall Siege, she's right there in that, whatever that is out there. What good is going 20 days in the opposite direction going to do us when we could potentially...
If Jade is the Jade, the original Talon captain,
She's not the same, but she is leading this assault.
yes, but if she is the person there, are we in? I understand. I'm torn between acting and finding more information out. We've got this shield up. How long do you think this shield will hold against this undead?
Soul went to bed. He's kind of got the answer of it, but one of the Gloomweavers walk up, will say, a little bit more of a caster type. Introduce himself as like Sereth Nal, Nhal. he's got a lot of magics. If he continues to pour himself in it, he could hold it for a while. But the damage to the shield is it won't last. It won't last.
In that case,
it won't become impervious.
if it won't last on that, is it worth tomorrow morning? We leave the shield up as it is, and we make a tactical retreat with the gloom call to the next, and just abandon this. If this is doomed to fall, take the survivors, take them back to the next castle, pour them up there.
Kael'rith's like, she'd have to speak with the chain warden.
I just see no.
She's
If we look out over the battlefield, and obviously get Vin to do it because she's the actual general of old. If she looks out over there and sees what's happening, what difference will it make us going out there, us staying here, or all of us retreating back to the next point? If there's only going to be an extra couple of days and this gate's going to fall, why are we wasting people's lives?
Do you want to? She kind of looks at you. She's like, so we give up this gate. We give up our resources.
Okay, not the resources. We charge the shield up. We get a few days head start on the hordes that are coming in, and we retreat back. Otherwise, if all we've got to do here is you've got the 12 people here, and us leaving will basically condemn them to death in the next 2 or 3 days. Why? I understand that you have your tasks to do, but throwing lives away, that's pointless. How many gloom claws are left in this whole area?
There may be a couple hundred at the next gate.
So you're looking here that there's potentially 12 or 14 of you here. You're happy that 5% of the remaining Gloomclaws sacrifice themselves here on this gate.
Well, we're hoping for reinforcement.
Is there any? How do we get the message? There's people here with arcane power and arcanes. How long does it take to send a message to the next gate?
You can send a message.
Send a message then. Send a message. Find out what's happening. Talk to the leaders. Find out what they advise. Let them earn their pay. That's what the leaders are for. We can't make a decision. That's on them.
You seem like a good leader. Why don't you tell us what? You seem to have a lot of problem with what we've been dealing with. She stands up. And she looks at the bodies. She's like, I'm sorry, we weren't able to come up with a better plan. But
I just chuckle.
You've got it all locked in.
Wayfinder.
She's like, we can speak in the morning. And she kind of takes a step back, and she kind of goes back. She shakes her head and kind of walks away. And
I go to sleep. I've obviously had a bad day.
I'm just gonna look straight at Calisad like I don't think retreating is the right move here. And
that's fair.
I'm not even gonna let you respond. I'm walking away to the highest point in this keep, the absolute highest point in the keep, and I'm just gonna meditate at that point.
Okay, so you're going for a rest. Kale's going for a rest. Gryffindor?
A question like above table. The lady that was in that orb that teleported us back here, or when we jumped through, that we saw.
That was Jade.
Is that Jade, or is that a different lady?
That was Jade. Yeah.
I guess Gryffindor's question would be, if we can make it to Jade, then technically there would be a way to get to the next castle, because she has ways to teleport us over vast areas relatively quickly. So we could go to her, and then end up at the gloom, like the castle keep. If she's closer. If she's not closer, then that's kind of like out of the.
I don't even think that's above table. You could be just saying these things to, you know what I mean? Like,
I just wanted to make sure that was the same lady.
You and Brighthacker, they all like the Ashen Mother's like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like this Connor / Puent / Kale Stan came out, and she was like, I don't know. Pete entered the conversation. She's like, yeah, you got this figured out. She kind of like walked off. She's like, I don't know. But Brytech and Gryffindor, you guys can have this discussion. You guys have kind of seen this for a bit of a time. Like you've seen these waves come in. You've seen yourself getting depleted. I don't know the exact numbers, like off the top of my head, who would be at the Gloomclaw, right? So they arrived with some reinforcements, but yeah, go ahead.
Can you not give us the exact fucking body count for each fucking place? How can you not, with those information we have to have?
Geopolitical stat.
If I don't have a plus or minus one body, it could totally break the entire plan.
How do you not have the order of battle already established?
I'm trying my best.
Right?
I'm trying.
So my suggestion for Brytax, since he's there, if we reinforce this place, which will give us a few days, head to Jade, kill her, and then all of us that remain, whether it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us plus the 14, just teleport directly to the castle.
It's Brytak is trying to think if he has ever witnessed. He's not because he didn't physically see, right? He saw that these individuals just kind of appeared on the battlefield and just kind of started laying waste to shit all around them. He saw that from where he was at, right? But thinking about the numbers now, right? The sheer number of like 6 plus 14, you know what I mean, right? He's just sitting there trying to think of like, has he ever encountered or even seen magics, whether it be arcane or divine, that has moved so many bodies that wasn't of a almost lich-like level?
Yeah, I would say based on your level, you may or may not have, and you could decide if you would want to have been in the Battle of the Well of Dragons. So if you would be like, you could have seen before this level of, you know what I mean, like power. What I would say is, this has only happened over about 30 days.
Yeah.
There was a reason why the Gloomclaw marched into the gate almost immediately, and you didn't see this, but you were told by Kato Scythe that there was this big like ninja assassination thing. The Drow, a couple Drow were killed on the way out, but some of the leaders were taken from just this keep. The Raven Queen goes away almost at the same time. You know that there is another ring that's in the Citadel. You know it's like very safe if you guys wanted to. The thing is like you guys are in the granary stores kind of area. This is the food plane. This is, you know what I mean? Like you would think that like the way this is kind of designed is like it's a huge problem if this gets taken, right? So when Kale's like, why don't you send a message? Yeah, messages have come, but messages haven't been necessarily answered because there might be a leadership vacuum problem even in the rear. So everybody's kind of scrambling because it's only been like 3 D&D weeks of all of this kind of happening. So saying like send reinforcements, the answer's been like, well, we did when Tiberius left, so we'll send more. You know what I mean? Like,
okay, so it's not. Morning, it's more. I mean, that answers the question. It's not so much out of the realm of possibilities, but it does take an immense amount of power to move a lot of people versus only a handful of individuals. It's not. It's not an equivalent thing. It's
in the weird linear effect of how this is, you can only cross into these other rings in this realm through these bridges. So there is a
Yes.
funnel, right? So what you have seen is the assassination attempt, like the surprise attack that happened, and then they started trying to knock down the wall. You guys, as they were assembling their powers, you led a sortie forward with Gryffindor and stopped them. They assembled even more undead. What I would say Sylvaris and Calistan have said before they went off to bed is they saw tens of thousands of undead. Like a mass that could definitely take Lathander or Rashomon on the other plane. So there are a lot of resources of undead.
So I think with that little bit of with that chunk of knowledge there, I think that Griffin's idea is probably the most sound. Like, to be perfect, like if from his perspective, right? He's like, no, you're correct. We would, as much as I would rather simply take off into the night as it was, reinforcing this area does have a much more strategic value. I'm not a commander of troops. I am simply an instrument, and there are some things that often get overlooked when it comes to the here and now versus the greater good. So, that being said, perhaps the staying here, reinforcing, and then moving is probably the more strategic of choices.
Okay.
We just have to convince Angry Kitty and
Well, I think Angry Kitty
Eldritch
wants to
Friend.
retreat as well. Angry Kitty wants to quit the keep.
Well, yeah, but I think Cal just wants to like go forward to the.
No, that was
Castle,
Sylvaris.
No,
Oh,
that's Sylvaris.
Okay.
No, it's go forward. Press
I-
forward to Jade.
I basically don't want the lives of these people just to go to waste. So if we take them back to the next ring and protect there, this place is already fallen with that amount of undead that's about to come through.
And then all of the food is gone.
Yeah, but it's only going to last. It's only going to last an extra 2 days.
Dude, we just took out
25 undead, and there's thousands there.
if we beat them to the punch.
I think you guys are all kind of sitting there, you know what I mean, like wounded. You kind of just we'll bring you guys back together before you fall
No,
asleep.
it's one of those things where it's understanding both perspectives kind of thing on it. You know what I mean? It's very much a whole like there's no bad choice, but there's also no good choice either
that's
in
the
this
thing, yeah.
particular
Say
situation.
this. When you guys are maybe assembling back together, so Kale, the Ashen Mother, leaves, but she goes and gets another Tabaxi. His name's Thren Veilclaw, Ranger. He's got a black hooded robe. You can see the tufts of his ears over the inside the cowl. He kind of, the Ashen Mother kind of speaks with him in the distance. He walks up with her. She kind of shakes her head and kind of points at the Tabaxi in your party, and he nods and he gives a very stoic look, and he's just like, well, Matt, Thren Veilclaw, you guys look tired, but it seems that you wanted to know more information. I pursued the drow across the bridge. I made it through the end of the bridge at the Airdrie Gate. What's left of it. We'll try to see. There's so many words. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to... The Zephyr Shroud. He points at the mountain the mountain peak. You guys are probably up on the bastion, kind of looking at things. Kind of, it's a good spot to hold one of these conversations, maybe as, or you're down around a campfire, you know, just discussing these things. There's warm drinks. They said you guys might be bandaged.
So when they fled, he like scouted.
I
Right
did. I
behind.
went with a party of 3. Yeah. 2 of them fell on the way. He kind of just takes a moment, you know, kind of maybe remembering something and shakes it off. Well met, Talon Captain. And he kind of looks at Calistan. It's good that you've arrived. Did you arrive from the Citadel?
I've just arrived in the Shadowfell, and this is my second time here in my whole life.
He just looks at you. Okay. You know, it's just like, interesting. Well, I did cross the bridge. There are undead assembled. And I would say, within a 10-day, they have the resources to make another siege, if not sooner. If you have any questions about what lies in the Zephyr Shroud, I can tell you what I know. If you
This
wish.
is addressed to all of us, yes?
Yes, I'm saying, like, you guys may have broke up, but since you guys were still talking, blah, blah, blah,
Okay.
you guys circled back.
I just didn't want to like it's like,
Utilize
oh, is
the
this a
dispute.
moment? If there's a moment
Yeah.
happening, I don't want to ask questions if there's a moment happening. All right.
Yeah.
No, so so Brytak is going to attempt to consume any and all information that he can about literally the next ring. Whatever is the most pertinent to the, do we have any allies of any kind within there? We cannot be the only forces in each ring that are fighting it.
Oh, there are keeps that have not yet fallen within the Zephyr Shroud. You are right. He lists a few key locations in, it's like the Black Spire of Karthval. This jade they speak of, forward keep, perched over this bridge. There's Balliste and fire necrotic bolts, and a red wizard runs that keep. Into the mountains are the chain walks. The chain walks connect different peaks together. There's the Hallow Eyrie, where I need to get his name, where the ancient shadow dragon once lived. I can get that name for you if anybody's looking for that. I'll get it in a minute. The Weeping Keeps are the Shadark High's towers that they may or may not be holding still. I mean, there's a vast plain, right? So there are probably strongholds that are not taken yet.
Is it just enemies on the other side of the bridge?
No, it is not. They're undead. The undead travel to the interior, to one of the higher peaks. I gotta get the name. It's named now the Dawnbreak Spire. It used to be called Ariel's Watch. The Dawnbreak Spire was not built to fall. It was taken and renamed. From there, these chains, this necrotic mist like a rope, leads the undead from the interior. The undead shamble and move down these paths. I was able to follow this green mist to these pyres of necrotic fire as far as I could to lead to the one location where the undead are emanating. Now, there is this teleportation circle we summoned. Bring out monsters, undead. At the beginning of an attack, we were worried when we saw the orb appear, which usually beckons an attack or some sort of general to arrive. But it didn't happen. You all came out of the orb. And he points. And he's like, oh, towards the wall, and he's like, there's some sort of Duri armor, some sort of teleportation circle that they could have used that's out there on the field. Come in and out on. Most of them march on the bridge. But
This might be
in
crazy,
terms of
but is there any...
allies, what's that?
I was just going to ask, is there any way to destroy the bridge?
He looks, I mean, this thing is absolutely massive. Like, I don't know if anybody has that level of magic other than the gods, but it's like attached to it is a part of the world. You know what I mean? Like, you can't see the bottom of these obsidian arches that are underneath this. You know what I mean? If you were to look, it's just like abyssal level of.
So start talking and talk to Savaris and sort of go, I understand the need to go that way. What do you think it'll buy us in terms of time?
Everything. I think this has everything to do with the Seven Dawns. The Airdrie Gate has already fallen. We're at the Lathander Gate now. If we can hold the Lathander Gate, that leaves a third behind us.
From what you've seen,
this is playing right into the riddle that we were given, that we are trying to figure out.
Riddle? What riddle?
Of course you're gonna ask me the riddle.
My bad. You said the riddle that you've been trying to.
No, I know.
It's
what I'll pull off my bracers of defense, and inside the bracers is this riddle. It's man.
Do you want me to?
Swear to God,
I got it right here.
Riddle of steel to me right now. I will jump.
Yeah,
through this
I can
screen.
read it unless you got it.
I don't have it written down. I know it's in the chat.
Yeah, I got you. I can pin it. I'll make sure I pin it too.
Okay.
It's written in like Sylvan, right? Like, but in like it's got they're called Storm Elves vernacular. We sing the song of storm and sun. We sing the song lost to some. What is it? We bear the Seven Dawn prophecy. 3 parts are the gods and the god to be. 1 part is the storm as gather we. Another is the stone, the winds decree. Then the fire returns to soar. And finally, the living must live no more.
The Seven Dawn prophecy. The 3 gods. Airdrie, Lathander, the 3rd god we don't know of, and the god to be was the Raven Queen. We are the storm. The fulcrum stone of Airdrie is the stone, and a Chardalon already has his crown, ready to fly. We need to stop this prophecy from becoming reality.
Could I make either a religion or a history check on
Absolutely.
determining what the 3rd unknown entity is?
And I'm saying that Sylvaris is saying this as Airdrie Lathander. Just I've been working through this since we heard it and everything going on. It's like I think we have a lot of this has come to fruition, and yeah.
Well, it's just like I'm trying to work it to where Brytak can apply his knowledge of the other world kind
Right.
of thing, and basically being a guardian against it or a keeper against it kind of deal, to determine what, because you named off two, and then you know that the Raven Queen is the fourth, the up and coming, but you didn't know who the third one was, and Brytek is milling around in his brain thinking that is probably a key piece of information, having just heard this riddle kind of deal. So, if possible, I would like to try and apply that to either religion or history, depending upon which one our illustrious DM wants me to roll.
Whatever you prefer. Whatever you prefer. Yeah, whatever you're maxed out on. If you're like, man, I can history my way out of this, or religion, fine.
Okay, so that'd be a 19.
Okay. Trying to figure out what part you're going to put together with a 19th. So you do track that the three parts are Lathander and Airdrie, right? You know that, and then the Raven Queen did not become a full god. And then the one part is our storm as we gather is still what's confusing. You believe
Sylvaris believes we are the storm. The group of us is the storm, but that's himself.
as you sit back as well, and you kind of make this. Did you make religion or history?
Utilizing religion, yes.
Okay. You're as in like an eclectic, when you go through seminary and you learn about other, not seminary necessarily, as you came up as a priest, you are thinking that when you're thinking of Airdrie, Lathander, and these folks, that maybe the storm is symbology for not necessarily a counter to something that's happening, you know what I mean, like a power of maybe a group or something has gathered you are definitely seeing an elf before you as you make an assessment as he's looking at these stormy mountains. You've seen high elves before. He's kind of different. There is a different kind of aura about him. You've heard of storm elves before as a part of the high elves, and they're missing to time, and he is like that's part of his like herald, not heraldry, but his genetic are one of these storm elves. But it's not necessarily a missing god, but it is a missing entity. Or another part are missing. The fourth part is the storm.
Where what I've just kind of clued in on is Thran mentioned the Airdrie Gate is already gone. We are at the Lathander Gate. Logically, what's the next gate beyond Lathander's Gate?
That's for you. Oh
No,
mean,
in general, what? So there's the Airdrie Gate. We're at the Lathander Gate
the
now.
Gloomclaw. It's where the Citadel starts looking like a citadel. It is a proper, you know what I mean, like fortress. It's where the fortress of the Raven Queen like properly begins. Like that falls, it's over. You know what I mean? Like
Was
that's
there?
Minas Tirith.
So I'll ask Thran. Was there a gate previous to the Airdrie Gate? Is there a gate previous to the Airdrie Gate?
You know, he kind of takes a moment. There is a bridge. Oof, good question. You made me have to go into my lore. 1 second.
Because that might
Well done, Savaris.
be the answer to our third god.
There's no third. Yeah, what he's tracking in his 19 is there's no third god. There's the 2 and the 1, and then so there's the 3 gods and the storm, the gather we.
I thought you said the 3 gods and the god to be. The 3 gods
are the gods. 3 parts are the gods and the god to be.
Yeah, so I read that as 3 gods.
It's okay. I misunderstood that. Yeah, okay. So technically, so the god to be is one of the 3 parts.
The 3 gods.
So you have the 2 gods and then the god to be.
Okay.
And also
I
the
read
god
that
to
as
be.
okay.
Also, the god to be on that one could also have been the Raven Queen because she was being
No,
ascended.
it is the Raven
She
Queen.
didn't quite make it.
It is the Raven Queen. The god to be is the Raven Queen. I was interpreting that as there's 3. The gods are 3, so there's 3 gods, and the god to be, so 4 total. But if there's only 3, then okay. So it was Airdrie has fallen. Lathander,
which is great because you guys are sitting on this rampart unpacking this after 12 hours of combat. You're like,
yeah.
Oh,
so even
Bren
more
doesn't know
so,
what you're talking about.
even
Bren's
more
like,
so, we hold Lathander's gate because if Airdrie has fallen, if Lathander falls, and then
But
Gloom,
gates are gates. People are people, and if there's those hordes of undead, as soon as this shield falters, what chances do we, even with 12 Gloomclaws, have of holding this gate?
we have a better chance of finding Jade if this is going to fall, then it's going to fall. But we could press.
So in that case, then
Jade.
why don't the only if we go that way, there's no point these Gloomclaws staying here and dying.
That's
they should
fine.
fall back.
Maybe that's fine. But
it sounds like a suicide mission.
We've been on a suicide mission since we started, Kale.
Yes, but if you look out there, I'm all for destroying undead and just going through this. But if we
I look out there and see the power of Airdrie. Look at those mountains. Look at the storms.
I get that, but you think is Airdrie able to deal with those several thousands of undead that's out there?
Obviously, I think so. I'm a sycophant.
yeah. I talked to Griff and to Brayta and go through it and sort of go, from your experience of manning this gate, what are your honest views of holding this gate any longer than a few days, whichever way our group decides to go, if we go forward or we go back?
For Griff, he would probably think back to before he got taken out. How large of a force did they have then compared to now, and how many people were they
Yeah,
losing?
I don't want to get into the actual math of whatever. So I was, you know what I mean? In your mind, there was plenty, right? And it was withered down to the point where, as you're looking at it now, if it weren't for you guys arriving, maybe Zol's magic in the fountain, right? So you know, you've been here, that the fountain, you know what I mean? If he sits there and ritual casts in it all day long, he'd probably be able to bolster it to allow for a 10 days of magic, right? Like, you think that if Zol just spent all day tomorrow pumping into, you know what I mean, like this well, that he could yeah, we'll break here soon. You know, to be able to bolster it, to gain reinforcements. The fact that, you know, in conversation when reinforcements are arriving, they're like, we'll get an update, you know, in the morning. They don't necessarily know, you know what I mean? Like, we'll talk about that. Like, you know, yes, they're using Messenger and things like that, back and forth, but so you could refit this to get it to hold. Could you repeat this over and over and over? If you just held this wall against the undead day after day, no matter how many Gloomclaw show up, are they both going to fall? Yes. Right? Like, this wall will fall, and then the next one will fall. There's probably, you know, there's not thousands of Shatterkai in the Citadel as well. Like, they could begin assembling such a force, you know what I mean? Like, over time. But, yeah. It's not ideal. What you guys
I
are
think
tracking right now. It's not
the
ideal.
best would be bolster to give us the 10-day and then proceed to the gate, which would just give us a little bit more time for when we get to the gate, and then hold the gate there. Because it looks like if this gets attacked one more time, the 14 Gloomclaws are going to be dead, and then they're just going to keep pushing. So it'll still be the same thing, but at least now you can push the Gloomclaws with us to fortify the next gate.
Let's go to break and discuss it
Let's
later.
go to break. Let's think about it. Yeah. Let's think about it. I love the, oh, you guys are in the middle here trying to think about this. But yeah, all right. Yeah, we'll take a break. This dog's about to die.
It's because we all care about our individual characters and backstories, you see, so we were trying to make it done.
It's good. So we'll long rest it, you know, wake up in the morning, you know what I mean, and discuss it further.
All right, back in 15. See ya.
Chimes in the stillness, dust on the breeze, voice in the silence, promise that sees first. We walked as blades in shadow's name, drank from the well of silent shame, the sad new truths we dared not face, our past a curse we ashes redeemed.
We're creeping in the shadows, eyes like fire. Razor claws in the dark, they're coming higher. You feel the chill, you hear the hiss, but when you turn around, it's the end of bliss. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger. No mercy, no time, you're on their list. You're the rip and tear through the fog and mist. These monsters won't care if you run or scream. Once they got you, you won't wake from the dream. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger. You thought you were safe, lock the door tight, but murder badgers, they own the night. You can try to hide, you can try to flee, but they'll find you no matter where you'll be. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger, it's a sneak attack. Murder badger, out for blood. Murder badger, it's on your face. Murder badger, they don't care, they don't share. Murder badger, everywhere they'll tear you bare. There.
They were locked up for a reason, but the world ran out of heroes.
So now, you roll with what you got, kicking down doors with a holy grin, silver tongues and a dozen sins. Wrong side of justice, right side of fate. No time to ask, we're already late. We ain't your chosen, we ain't your knight, but we shine damn bright when the world ignites. And we roll for trouble, we play to win. Out of the cells and into the spin. We're taking chances, bending fate. The last bad call on heaven's slate. Roll for trouble, that's our cue. You want a miracle? We'll do. Hey. Knight lost his banner, but swings just fine. Rogue's got charm and a five-step crime. Druids growling and warlocks curse. Clerics smiling, which is the worst. Call us mad, call us last, but we hit back hard and we hit back fast. We roll for trouble, we play to win. Out of the sails and into the spin. We're taking chances, bending fate. The last bad call on heaven's slate. Roll for trouble, that's our cue. You want a miracle? We'll do. Hey, hey. When the odds look bad, we raise the stakes. When the gods say no, we're the brakes. When the plan goes south, we smile wide. 'Cause no one rides like the ones denied. We roll for trouble, we play to win. Out of the sails and into the spin. We're taking chances, bending fate. The last bad call on heaven's slate. Roll for trouble, that's our cue. You want a miracle? We'll do. Hey. Dungeon born, maybe one or two, but fate don't ask where it found you. Roll for trouble.
Awakening in shadows deep. From endless night I rise and creep, a stolen soul, forever bound. In your heartbeat I am found. I slept for centuries alone, and dreams of blood upon a throne. But your foolish hands, they touched the key, and now your fate is bound to me. Through darkness I was once set free, now I drag you into misery. I am the shadow in your sight, the curse that haunts the endless night. Your hero fell beneath my light. In blood we dance till morning light. Your friend, your brother, now my own, a puppet on this cruel dark throne. The demon's hand, it pulls us all. I rise, I claim, I make you fall. From hell's deep pit I stole his flame. Manuki gone, mere echoes of pain. I am the shadow in your sight, the curse that haunts the endless night. Your hero fell beneath my might. In blood we dance till morning light. But in the dark where shadows sing, a heart still beats within this thing. I am the weapon, I am the blade, but long ago I was betrayed. Now cursed to walk this endless fight, no dawn to break this eternal night. I am the shadow in your sight, the curse that haunts the endless night. Your hero fell beneath my might. In blood we dance till morning light. Come close, ye souls, both brave and brash, and hear the ghosts of the salt marsh mourn. Fog rolls deep on the haunted tide. The salt marsh calls, no place to hide. A shipwreck looms, her sails like bone. The sea won't let her rest alone.
I'm and Dad are fighting, and I don't like it.
So, are we back in now? Are we back?
Oh, we're back.
We are. So you guys have long rest.
Okay,
Oh,
Savaris,
long rest.
we have a long rest. I'm talking to Savaris, and I'm saying, I get where you're coming from. I understand that you're saying that if we abandon this gate, all the food goes and other people are going to be impacted. I get that. So in that case, then, we need to work on that this gate doesn't get lost. Because if the moment there's only 12 people holding this gate with this shield, and I might be being pessimistic, but I can't see how they're going to hold this gate against thousands and thousands of undead. I know that you want us to go after Jade, and that makes sense. How do we hold this gate it's war, people will die, I get that, But if your reasoning here is we need to keep this gate intact so we keep the food supply for the rest of the army there, 100%. How do we keep this gate?
Let me pray on it.
That's my. If we leave this gate, we are the. If your reasoning, I think your reasoning is sound. The best approach we've got is we man this gate with these people and hope the reinforcements come, because without us being here, this gate will fall. And that's all the food. Yeah, what do you think?
I hate to put it
What
this
do-
way, but I don't think reinforcements are coming.
Yeah, also
Not only that, but I understand your need to want to protect those that are here. And I understand your drive for holding this position. However, I have to ask you, if we are truly about to be bombarded by tens of thousands, legions, one might say, what do 6 souls hope to achieve against so many?
I agree. And that's the reason why I don't. And this is where, and obviously, Cal doesn't get this. And I get that Silvaris is saying that the most important thing about this gate is the gate stays because the food supply will go otherwise.
That's
If
part
that's
of
the
it.
case.
That's part of
Okay,
it.
so what's the other? So what?
The
Tell me
prophecy. The prophecy, Kalistan. The prophecy. We cannot let this prophecy become fulfilled.
In this prophecy, does it say that you, the storm, must hold the gate? Or just simply that the gate must not fall?
It doesn't say either of those things. It says I'm just surmising that the three gods are Airdrie, Lathander, and then the Raven Queen.
But the gods are nothing to do with the gates.
They're the names of the gates.
Yeah, but that's all
They
they
are
are.
the
They're
name-
names. They're the names of
True.
the gates, but they're not the gods. They are just names of gates.
It's a riddle. It's a prophecy. The gate of Airdrie has fallen. The gate of Lathander has fallen. If the Raven Queen, the Gloom, whatever it is, keep, if it falls, we are the single piece in this that can stop this prophecy from becoming fulfilled. Ashardalon already has the crown. We're at the it's I don't want to sound cliche, but we are literally the tip of this spear. Why do we need to be in a defensive point 3 weeks away when we are right here, able to potentially pierce into this force, who doesn't know that we're coming for them?
They do, because we blew up a load of their guys there. They know we're here.
No, I didn't say they don't know that we're here. I'm saying they don't know we're
You just said
coming.
that. You
No,
just
I
said
said
that.
they don't know we're coming.
You're trying to determine whether or not we make our stand here versus somewhere else. And you are
Correct.
seeing this as good a spot as any.
Yes.
Well, I am here to say that the gods would not have put the notion of a secondary position to defend if it wasn't worth it. If it wasn't of some key importance, then it would have never been brought to your attention. We are all instruments of the divine will. So there is something there, whether we realize it or not, that is to be played out. And if you are instruments of this prophecy, then it is your part to play in following that divine will.
Whatever the case, we cannot let Lathander fall.
It won't. If it does, then it was meant to fall.
And also, if
Your
that's the
presence here, one way or another, will not be a determining factor if this place should fall.
Thanks for the raid, Lollygaggers.
So are you? This is where I'm confused. I don't want to relieve any of our land and the various. This is a ring of protection. If one ring goes down, there's less rings to go. That all makes sense to me. But unless we can have a plan and an understanding of how we defend this gate, there is withdrawing now or holding out for 2 days and withdrawing doesn't seem like much. No benefit for the risk. That's my concern. I don't understand the, to me, even if one of you were to be no longer in this mortal coil and die holding this gate for the next 2 days, will that have achieved anything?
Possibly.
In what way? Explain.
I don't have an explanation, but possibly.
So blind faith is what you're going on, rather than any.
Sometimes you have to blindly follow your faith and believe that what you are doing is the right action, is the right direction forward.
Give me some quantifiable evidence, and I'm all for it.
Vengeance Paladin. When have you
You're
ever
attempting to-
when have you ever gone off of that kind of logic?
I have been growing because you've been beating me up constantly, all of you guys, about the way it's been happening.
But you are proposing a question to him that he cannot answer. You're asking for quantifiable backing to a manner of faith. Faith is not quantifiable by any means, be it his God, my God, or even your own should you have one. You cannot quantify that or in any way, shape, or form put numbers.
I understand that.
a
What I
feeling.
mean by quantifiable is there, okay, is it a slim chance? Is it a reasonable chance? Is it a completely no chance of holding this gate for more than 2 days? I'm not saying that it's not possible, but is there any indication? If it's a complete shot in the dark of us holding this date for more than 2 days, that's difference between I'm pretty sure we can and hope let's go for it. There is a huge difference between it's such a long shot that we're no chance of it happening versus actually we've got a reasonable chance of doing this. I'm not talking about massive, I'm not actual stats and quantify in details, but it just seems like just because we want it to happen doesn't mean it will.
Unfortunately for you, that is a perception of which you need to change. You've been set on this path along with your fellows for this very reason, where 1, 2, or 3 individuals can make the difference and turn the tide of war. Earlier I posed the question, do you really think that 6 souls can change the course of battle here?
We did.
You said no.
We did.
Which means that your faith is lacking in this. And we're in it for faith. We're in it for the gods. This is not simply just a war of attrition between kings. This is the heavens and the hells warring with one another. This is the birth of new and the destruction of old. So realistically, yes, you are a divine instrument, whether you recognize it or not. And your mere presence in one place can change the tide of a battle. And he looks over at Gryffindor, I've seen it firsthand.
Calistan, the fourth. Your vengeance for your father's hatred should be driving you to find him.
My vengeance has nothing to do with my father.
Well, it should. It might set
My
you on the
vengeance-
right path. I think the roots of your vengeance started with him when he left you.
Until a few weeks ago, I never even knew my father or what I had been left.
But now
So
you
I had
do.
no.
And you don't care? I have seen your father. And you don't care?
I care more about people's free will than what my father has said or done.
And you don't want to use your free will to save your father.
I am using this free will to have this discussion with you, Salvaris.
Well then, by all means, head back to Gloomclaw Keep while we heroes man the gate.
If we're manning the gate, that is fine. If we're leaving these people to die, that's pointless.
You can tell while you're having this discussion that Kael'rith, there's more folks listening, and they're kind of listening. Like Kael'rith is like a younger leader. You know what I mean? She is scarred, but you can tell that they're listening in for your intuition. But she is there. Kato Scythe is there as well. The young paladin that's kind of near Brytak. But they kind of walk up. There's a bit of a crowd. And they're not answering. You could tell that, like, I would guess Gryffindor, make a, while you're kind of listening to them, speak to each other, the three of them. And for me, you're kind of you're listening from an assessment side. You're kind of make an insight as the crowd kind of looks. There's 12 people, maybe 13 kind of there.
10.
Oh, they don't look. Yeah.
No, just a
Yeah. Yeah. I should have just. Anyways, they don't seem as if. I guess you can't really read them on that one, other than you get the sense with a 10 that this moment is the make it or break it for morale, for everything. The way Kale is talking down about this place that they've defended for 30 days, there is a huge unease about this, you know what I mean? Like, shift. There's bodies laying there that, you know what I mean? Like, you're taking a look at the faces of the folks that are sitting there and hearing them argue back and forth, that it's just like everybody's invested in this conversation. You see Zol speaking with one of the Weavers off to the side doing magic stuff, and he's just fully focused on this fountain, because regardless of what you're saying, this fountain is the one thing that's gonna keep you guys from falling, you know what I mean, this evening. So he's him and like one other Weaver are kind of, putting components out and Bunsen burners and schematics, and are working on this fountain.
On that, could I see if I can notice that this, the way they're feeling on that as well?
Yep.
Insight. Oh, hang on. 21.
when you say this, you've changed from vengeance to conservative, right? In your minds, you've gone like, hey, I've probably put my friends in danger before, and now I want to not be as aggressive as I was with my vengeance. You're seeing a lot of pride in this group of people that have held this keep. Some of the glances look like they're insulted, but they'll follow, you know what I mean? Like they've been holding for so long, you know what I mean? And you just get the sense that they're just kind of staring.
I want to address them then on that and sort of explain that I am not in any shape or form undermining what they've done. In fact, no other group of people could have held this for as long as they have. I am
Yet
just
you
thinking,
want to give it up.
yes, I do, and I turn around and just walk off.
As you walk off, Kael'rith's there, and she walks with you. She's like, I can understand it's frustrating that you've been here at night. And I heard from Velka, the Ash Mother, that we should have sent out for more reinforcement. We did. They weren't answered. I don't know if they're going to be. We don't know what the right answer is. My decision was to stay here and defend this place. As she looks over at the fields, because those grain storages might be being pulled in to the Gloomclaw Keep while we defend this place every day. I have to have faith that the leaders on the other side are doing their job. Maybe they've left us here because we're supposed to know our job.
In that case, then I'm not going anywhere. I'm not leaving this place. I'm not going forwards. I'm not going backwards. I'm holding this gate with you.
I don't know what's coming.
I'll do you all one better. I'm going across the bridge. I've prepared new spells. Hopefully, I will be able to locate this jade. And if there's a way to bring it into her, that's what I'll do. You all can stay here if you want, but these wards, they last for 10 days. I say, give me 5. If I'm not back by the 10th day, press on without me.
What are you just above table? I'm sorry, I didn't look at your spell sheet real quick. What are you trying
I
to
got locate creature prepared.
Okay. Which is, you're gonna do locate creature, look for 1,000, yeah. Okay.
So question on that one then about the shield. I thought we didn't get a time limit on how long this shield was going to last.
I'm honestly leaving it for the discussion. There is a time that it will hold. You can assume that Soul's ritual powers can hold it long enough for you to either run for reinforcements or run to get ahead of the last fight. You know what I mean? Like, for your insight, let me help you with what I'm seeing here, just in case there's a disconnect. There is time to continue the advantage, right? And there is time to, you know what I mean? Like, run off. Because what you guys did was you clearly knocked this group back from a plan, right? They're going to have to replan taking this. That's kind of what Vin may or may not have said as her experience as a general. So you do have options. I also don't want to lay railroad tracks down either. I want you guys to suffer from the consequences of either choice. But Zol said, in order to do this, he needs 1 full day of all of his magic to get this to as powerful as he can get this fountain, is all he can say. He doesn't know, but he wants to try this ritual cast for, you know what I mean? And he thinks he can get it out for a 10 day.
In that case, just give me a day. or until sunset.
Okay, you want to cross the bridge. I would say it takes about 2 days to cross one of these bridges.
Oh,
That's
2 days.
what. That's
So
yeah,
it'd
yeah,
have to
yeah,
be like 5 days. Yeah.
yeah, 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 exactly. And you okay? Okay, that's Gryffindor's plan. I'm not going to. I'm using poker face on everything. Like I really want you guys to make the decision this thing, so because this is your world. You know what I mean? Like you're in there as much as.
Because my mindset is if there's still good guys on the other side of the bridge, go out, try and collect them, see if I can locate where Jade is in comparison to us, and then bring them all back. And then hopefully by then.
If you go alone, Thren's like, I mean, I know I can get us across there. I can get us across the bridge. He's like, at the end of the bridge is what they're calling the Black Spire of Karthval. It's what's left of the Airdrie Gate. It is manned by shambling undead and a red wizard, a master, not necessarily a Thark. He decides, but like there is a mage there that is kind of like and he talks. He's like, they keep saying a tax station while I was there. They're setting up a tax station. It seemed as more of a location to guide the undead when they assemble and cross. It's not necessarily something that they needed to defend. Does that make sense? Like they're on the offensive. So I can probably get you there.
That'll be good enough.
If we're stealthy enough.
In full plate.
I'll go with if it's the Airdrie Gate, then we reestablish the Airdrie Gate.
It's like, I'm sorry, Elf, but it is destroyed.
Destroyed or not, Airdrie's presence will be felt.
The Shadow Kai that were there were turned into undead and shat. We'll have to be careful, Cross, if that's the case. And he kind of leans in. And Kael'rith is there kind of by Calistan. We'll kind of switch off to the side. She's like, she just looks at you. She's like, what would anybody do? What would anybody do in this? If it's up to me to keep the grain stores, I understand. I may seem foolish, but
I never said. I'll say I never said foolish. I was just reading the information we had in front of us here, and
we will fall. We're gonna fall. When you leave, one way or the other, this gate's gonna.
So, what I'm hearing here then is, without assistance on this wall will fall.
I'll go with you.
No, I'm not saying go anywhere. With all the minds of people we have here, I am just a weapon. I am just point me and I will do what I need to do. My reluctance is a strong word. It's more, if we can hold out and there is a reasonable chance of us being able to hold this gate for either reinforcements or those sort of things, you're not going to find someone that will give up. I'll be here until I'll be on the wall as many hours as it takes. However, if it's just a delaying tactic and there is nothing to come and there's no benefit to that delay, in my mind, we're just throwing lives away.
When you arrived, the Ravens. I don't know who that woman is that you brought here. You might be the only thing that can cross. This gate will fall. And she just kind of like under her breath, the gloom will fall. But we'll hold as long as we can. You're muted, buddy.
You're conflicted.
Oh, you came up? Are you talking? Yeah. Okay, you're talking to Caliph?
No.
Oh.
Time to Kale. You're conflicted. You fought in many wars, yes?
Not large scale, been more, but yes, I've fought lots, just not in many this scale wars.
Understand that while I myself am not a warrior in the traditional sense, I have come to understand something very, very important. There are those who are destined to die in battle. But we are not fighting here. They are not fighting here to push them back. They are sacrificing themselves to buy you the time that you need to fulfill this prophecy. So while they may die, and that may be their plan, don't let it be in vain. Use that time. Travel the road that is laid before you. Because you do not want to stand before the scales of Kellumbor and have a doubt.
Also go. That is half the problem. The direction. If the gods have wished are making us act on this, the gods are cruel. The
No
gods
one ever
know.
said they were kind.
So, as I said, the three choices we haven't. I don't know which way. It's forwards, back, or stay. That's the only three options we've got as per normal.
No,
We know that
there's a fourth option. Stand by those who have stood by you all this time, and that is the direction you go.
makes sense.
I think he almost slaps him on the shoulder. You stand next to the one who has stood next to you, and you will never be on the wrong path.
Inspiration.
If I gave him inspiration, that would imply that he's making a choice that I want him to make. A 50-50 answer. As much as I think there's a way, I think I like, you know what I mean? Like I love sandboxes, so like I gotta let you guys make choices here, or else Pete will come after me at the end. I'll be counsel. He'll nag me.
I am absolutely fine with either way out of character. It's just that it's a matter of, because of Cal's background, he doesn't like losing anyone. He's only just got back here, and apparently this is where he's from and all that sort of stuff. So apparently these Gloomclaws are his family. He never knew anything about them until very, very recently. And he feels that yes, even though that they're willingly doing what they need to do, it just seems such a waste of life. And to Cal, it seems just
But it's not a
there's
waste of life if it's for the right reason. They are holding back the undead forces of evil. And they're proud of it. And you just don't want to see people die. Even though you have seen plenty of people and other...
It's not... Death is fine. Death happens, and death is...
It's gonna happen.
It's just that... I'm just concerned that they hold this, they do it for however long they need to. Unless I see a benefit for it for people, it seems wasteful.
The benefit is that they will actually go to a better place. Think of what you fight for. You're in a shadow realm. This is where damned souls thrive. This is where they go to linger. Because they stood before the scales and were found wanting. You want to allow the Wizards of Red to be able to control that?
The Wizards of Red need to be destroyed.
There's a Wizard of Red at the end of
here.
that bridge.
This realm is where they must be stopped. Because this realm is where they can be recycled. Where they can be brought back.
I'm 100% on that trajectory. 100%. It's just, is this gate, the whole caveat of this is this gate's the most important gate. It cannot fall for a prophecy because of the storage, because of the food, and I get all that. In that case, then, we must not let this gate fall. Whatever happens, this gate must stay open, stay active. And what is our best shot of keeping this gate active and secure?
Taking out the Red Wizard at the end of the Airdrie Gate.
Fine. And I turn around and just walk and go, let's leave.
I love this.
If that's the case, and
you want to kill Red Wizards? Guess what? Thran just told us there's a Red Wizard at the end of the bridge.
I said, I am willing to abide by your thoughts. I just feel that this one wizard here will make no difference at all.
One less wizard.
We'll do it your way. We'll do it your way.
I am curious. Hold on. How do you feel that this one wizard in no way, shape, or form is going to lessen them?
Oh, it will lessen them. It will definitely lessen them, but this gate will still fall with or without that one single red wizard. And if we are trying to protect this gate, we need to come up with a better plan.
Are you sure that it is only a physical gate that must not fall?
You're talking in riddles again, mister.
No, I'm not, actually, because you're in the Shadowfell. Like I said, where souls don't leave. Those souls, should this gate fall, will still forever man this gate where they die. They will not truly fall.
I'll say I know nothing of this sort of place. I'm not learned.
I know.
If we go after, I'm quite happy to put any red wizard down. Just, I want to say that I think we're more. If the key bit is it more important that we man this gate and protect this gate and stop them going any more forward and getting to the food supply and doing all that, or take out that single red wizard?
We start with that single red wizard.
Kale, no one will blame you if the gate falls and you aren't here. No
Kale
one will.
Look at him and be like, "It's not your fault. Not your fault."
Like straight up, he's giving him the whole. It's not
It's not your
okay.
fault.
It's not
It's
gonna
not your
be your
fault.
fault, buddy.
It's not your fault.
As we just start walking up across the bridge. Just
It's not your fault.
Suddenly there's a floating disc that just manifests in this whole conversation that is slowly inching across the bridge.
You guys do have this discussion. You guys are coming. Your compass is starting to point in some sort of direction. And you hear from the, it's morning. You do hear, Brytek?
Oh, God.
Brytek! From the
Yes.
top of from the tower. Brytek! And you see Kato is waving you up to the top of the bastion.
I go up.
One of the weavers is sitting there. You know him as Sereth, the last weaver. Points and he's like, "We knew it. It's there." And you see about 200 feet in front of the wall, a circle. You see the stones starting to elevate in the circle, floating above the ground. You see a series of knotted and weaved pentagrams, and this glowing red circle begin to slowly start to spin. There! And Kael'rith comes running up as well, and she's like, "I knew Duri armors were left behind. That's one of the gates that they're using to surprise us. It's there. It's forming. Something's coming." And she assembles the Shadow Kai. She's like, "Do we greet it out there?"
So I'm hoping. This is a real quick logistical question.
This is
right?
how long ago. This is
Is this bastion with fortification?
What?
Is this bastion with fortification? Where we're at, does this gate have fortification? Because I'm about to yell to move the trebuchets up into fucking range and start launching fucking rocks.
But you can't shoot out or in when the field is up. When the shield is up. Yep.
Oh. Two tears in a bucket, motherfucker? I don't know.
The rest of you guys you guys hear this as well? You hear some scrambling, some chains from the Shatter Kai kind of running around, and they're, you know what I mean? They're putting their crossbows and they're climbing the ladders, and they're just see out now.
This is our chance. This is your chance. Calistan the Fourth. May the wind ever be at your back, and I'm gonna cast Elemental Attunement on myself.
How far away is that portal?
About 200 feet outside the wall. It's where you guys came in. It's at the same spot you guys came in.
We're the only two that can make it in the same amount of time, Kale. How about a race?
As they're motivational speaking to Kale, Griff is already going out the gate and walking in that direction. The moment that started forming, he's walking.
As I turn around and I walk towards it in fashion of speed. Because there's actually something that he can see now. It's not
dish dash. I'm dashing over there.
Dish dash. I'm dashing over there. All right. I forgot to grab a dwarf. I need to grab a dwarf.
Why would you not grab that?
Because if you're gonna come play, you got to do battle maps this too. Oh, I've got to clear it. No, you wear darker armor. This is gonna be you. Till I make a Brytac. That'll have to be my goal. Gryffindor is being built. Krista's painting him this week. Yeah. So it should be fantastic. So, as you guys are doing this, you see there's a little bit of time left. You see that a similar orb is being formed outside. You were all who went outside? Savaris, I heard. Gryffindor, I heard. Kale, what are you doing?
Well, now he's got something he can see and actually just not going to go willy-nilly wandering in the wastelands of Undead Land.
He's sulking while he does it. He's sulking
He's got
while
something
he
to
walks.
attack. He's got something he can see.
Guys, we're all friends, by the way. This is how we treat each other. This is totally normal.
This-
Everybody, don't stress.
His sentient
You should hear us
spear,
off camera.
his sentient spear is just dragging behind him as he just trudges along out there.
There
Fine.
you go.
Going near
You hear me go.
Where's Brytac going?
Brytac is fuck, I don't know what he's gonna do right now. Watch the heroes go forth and die and stand by to revivify. I don't know.
I like that. Stand by. to
I think he
revivify.
would I think he would take Scythe and prepare him for battle and join them in going out to meet them.
Okay. All right. So did you build Kato? Kato, if you didn't, I got him. He'll fight alongside of you. For all intents and purposes, the way your character is built with a paladin, you have a level 2 paladin as a henchman that you can run with. Okay.
Cool.
All right.
He's not going to do much but swing a sword and lay on hands. He's my heal battery.
Your heal battery. Okay.
But you're a cleric. You should be able to heal everybody.
Not that kind of cleric.
I know. I've never played a cleric like that. Ask everyone that's played with me.
Oh, I've got healing spells, don't get me wrong. But they come at a cost.
You go to battle map.
Already there, buddy. Already there.
You guys
For
kind of
those who are about to die, we salute you.
As you step out, the obsidian ball spins. It's got this negative energy inside of it where almost like a angry magnet, things get pulled in, spin around it. There's like a hurricane of wind right on its edges as if it's like crossing planes. You can smell a familiar smell. It smells like the inside of the necroforge that you were just in. A strong sense of smell. That obsidian orb was being prepared to aid in a next assault. Something was occurring. You guys move out, you get closer to this thing. Out stretches a massive, boned paw, claw, decaying scales, decaying flesh, as another claw comes out. Undead eyes, hollowed sockets of a Dracolich that you've seen before, paws its way out, stretches its neck, and makes eye contact with all of you. Its desiccated tongue licks one of its fangs as it stretches what muscle it has left and cracks nothing but bone. As you guys can roll for initiative.
Oh, I'll take that.
Good
My initiative reflects my reluctance to start this fight. Is all I'll say. Because I was doing the discussing it because I rolled really well on my initiative.
I was just texting Chris that the dogs are fed. Fed them during break. I just got a message. Well, they're extra fed now.
You mean the dogs
The dogs
didn't
would out
tell
there
her?
and be like, Papa's never fed us ever. We're dying. Other food source. All right. Let me find an empty page in here. Who got above 20?
I did. I got 24.
Yoish.
Yikes.
Nice.
As a cleric?
My background is a criminal.
That's fair. You're a cleric.
Skills of a misguided youth.
Let's see. Who got above? Anybody else get above 20?
No.
Above 15.
18.
19.
Okay.
What? The clerics are at the front? Dang.
They're broken clerics, though. You know what I mean? Like, they're not clerics. They're above 10. Oh, so what did you get, Kale? I guess. Yeah.
1.
You got one to beer.
Kale's just picking his nose. He's like...
So, Brytac, you see this, step out. What would you like to do as soon as you see this undead abomination of a dragon, one of the most ultimate undead things that you can see before you, you just spring into action. Like, all of your training, everything that is Kellenbor is like right in front of you.
Said it is a Draco?
Yep,
A Draco Lich or just a Draco?
a Dragolich.
How far away is it?
60.
60?
Yep.
We are going to go with... Once I find it, I'm going to cast a spell. I just got to fucking... There it is. 60?
Yep.
Alright, cool. I think he's going to walk forward. Oh, shit. He looks at it, and he just walks forward like his helmet is like coming up and down over his face, right? And it's just like this fucking skulled helm of death, right? And he just looks as he's walking towards it, and he casts Curse of Foul Blight.
Okay.
It needs to make a saving throw of Charisma.
$16.
Let's see here. 16. Okay, so it will take 21 points of damage,
Okay.
of necrotic damage, and it is... It cannot gain any temporary hit points or regain hit points for 1 full minute or 10 rounds.
Okay.
Nice.
As this curse hits, it'll take a moment to feel this, assess this curse, and legendary resist it.
Motherfucker!
What is there half damage?
That was at half with the pass. At full, it was 3d10 at half if they pass, or 6d10 if they fail.
Even if you pass, you still get the curse?
Yeah, for 1 minute, yeah.
Oh,
If
what
it-
if you fail?
If you fail, it's for the encounter.
Well, I wanna wait. I have to sort this out because he wouldn't need to use the legendary resistance because if he passed
He's
and that
cursed.
still happens,
So on a failed save, on a successful
Yeah.
saving throw, he takes 3d10 and
Yep.
can't gain temporary hit points or regain
Yeah.
hit points for 1 minute or 10 rounds. On a fail, he takes 7d10 and the target and 6d10 of it is necrotic, and it's
Okay.
cursed. At stage 1 of the curse, it can't speak more than a few words before it breaks into a coughing fit. At stage 2, it can't maintain concentration for spells and has disadvantage on charisma ability checks. And at stage 3, its skin becomes riddled with pockmark, pustules, and lesions.
is this a
Insects fly-
concentration?
This? Yeah.
Okay, this all makes sense. So it does receive the curse because it did pass the right.
So the only thing it
didn't use
can't
one of the
do-
legendary resistance.
So the only thing
Yeah.
it can't do is regen hit points for 10 rounds.
Okay, unless he does enough damage to you to drop the concentration. So
Forecaster.
Yep. Yeah. Well, then he just looks at you. Well, then I'll have to kill you. All right. That's a good one. That brings up Brytek. Or not Brytek. This brings up the Lich. So you hit him. Oh, can't. It's a touchscreen, so it keeps dropping down. It is going to use its breath, and you guys are all in that range. So you stepped forward, did you not? How close did you get?
I think he would have gotten within 30.
Okay.
He would have moved his full movement.
All right. Can all of you make a Constitution saving throw?
If they're
What
all
is it
near
against?
me, if they're all near me, you get +4.
I'll take it.
Except for you.
Except for me.
No, it's a joke.
Am I too far away?
No, I was just saying, Savaris, he's been picking on me all session, so he's not getting it.
Oh.
I
What
wouldn't
is
do
the
that to you.
saving throw? What is the damage type the saving throw is against?
Damage type the saving throw is against.
Because if it's necrotic, I get advantage.
Yep.
It is necrotic?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, all right, not bad. 17?
I
Yeah.
rolled a 20,
Everybody
so
get-
25.
Pass. Kale.
13.
Kale.
21.
Pass. All right.
My dice are not liking me today.
Oof. 20, 30, 41. We'll say 49 necrotic damage,
Holy shit.
Base
Or
or halved?
or half, which is 24.
Ouchies.
And Warcaster has what on your concentration spell?
You gain advantage on it.
roll.
You advantage on the roll.
Yeah,
Yep,
it gives
so
me
roll.
advantage on the concentration check.
Which you'll need a
12.
16.
16.
Yep.
Yep, you pass. Yep. Thanks. Thanks, Pete. You're back on my good side. The Pete-ulator. The Petinator fucking does math for me real fast. Yep, so you pass. The curse is still on him. This green, like, smoke, like, hits. You guys can feel your skin begin to, like, dry and age as the necrotic damage hits you. Maybe your hair goes white. It'll grow back the same color in some cases, but this breath hits you and it begins to fly off the ground. And that brings up Gryffindor.
How far is it off the ground?
40.
Okay. Griff will action use guiding bolt. And concentrate a bunch of shadowy red fire and lob it at the creature.
Okay.
A 25 to hit.
Hits. I believe. Yes. Oh,
In radiant damage, and then it's glowing. And then just to make space, he'll bonus action Draconic Flight, and his flaming ethereal wings will come out, and he'll fly like diagonally 30 feet, just so that they're not all grouped up.
How high? You're at 30. How high are you? Or are you just floating above the ground?
30 feet, but like diagonal to the left of him.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'll look down at the dwarf. Oh, anything else? And? Oh,
No,
I hate
that's not my turn.
Oh, okay, I was like, first my reaction, then 7 bonus actions. Then I want to run, but I can also fly. And then I'm about 1-Eing it after I'm going back to the basics. I know you're nodding right now. I'm just like, holy smokes. All right, let's see. I require nourishment. Eat Drugger here. A legendary action. It will Sickening Ray. It's trying to shake off this curse as bad as as much as it can. It took that guy. How much damage was the guiding bolt? I'm sorry. Shit.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 radiant.
Okay, thank you.
I think.
You can see if this thing had good facial expressions. It is startled by what is happening. It's looking left and right, and your assessment is, where's the rest of the gang? It is kind of, if you think about, how smart, you hear him just like, betrayal, and it looks around, and the teleportation circle is, it's gone. It's going to use its Ray of Sickness, or Sickening Ray, Sickening Raymond, on hit. 13. Ooh, I got a 30 finally, Pete. Does a 30 hit?
Well done.
Yes. On a hit, the target takes 2d8 poison damage.
When your DM asks you if a 30 hits, you are allowed to reach through the screen and flick him in the nose, right?
Dude, it's just I'm just used to saying it.
No, it's even better if you can reply, no, it doesn't.
Oh, snake eyes. 2 poison damage the dwarf just took. So that was just like, it just goes as it looks around. Where are they? And that brings up,
Where's Cheryl?
Sugar water.
So after taking that breath, I probably took a short knee. I stand back up, remembering this Dracolich who knocked me off the cliff the first time.
Yep.
And it's like, you'll have to do worse than that. And I'm gonna run up to within. I mean, I can move 55 feet, so I'm going to get up underneath him and do a standing long or high jump, and then Misty step to the back of his neck.
Okay.
And
All right. You're there.
hit him with. Let's see, is that a bonus action for the key points?
Just assuming as a monk you can grab onto a bony structured. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
I'm not even gonna contest that one. There's plenty of handlebars. If you want to jump on the
Roger.
back of a Dracolich, I got no problem with it. Matter of fact,
So
all
Misty
for it.
Step was the bonus action, and then my action is going to be two hits. And nice. One is a 21, and the other one's a nat 20.
Okay, do it all.
Okay, so that's gonna be. It's a D8. So 5.
Wait, is that the first hit on it? You have advantage on the attack.
So that's a nat 20.
So that's a
and-
nat 20, and
Maybe another nat 20.
Maybe another nat 20.
19.
No.
Does that hit?
Does not hit.
Okay. So 11 plus. Let's just do that again. So plus 2 is 13, and then 9. So 22 lightning
Okay.
damage.
Okay.
And that is it.
It will expend another legendary action. It's interesting that one of its legendary actions is the terrifying presence. It's just strange. Not you have to say it. You know what I mean? He's got to be like boogie 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 boogie. You know, so he's gonna,
I would much
he's gonna-
rather prefer it if you did do the boogie boogie.
I mean, I kind of hope he just does go boogie 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 boogie.
So he swings around here directly above Brytat, and he just terrifying roar above all of you. If you could make a wisdom saving throw, each of you.
Again, unless you ran off, you're next to me.
I got a 22.
Pass.
I also got
24.
22.
Pass. Okay.
19.
Pass.
It's a lot better than Connor.
Yeah, this character's not quite scared of dragons.
The interesting thing about this is you can continue to do it regardless of passing. That's the trick. So he does that. Nothing. You guys are like, okay, cool. We were already afraid of the fact that you were a dragon. We get it. You're a dragon. And then it continues about its business. So that brings up Kaelistan.
How far away? It's just, I'm 200 feet away.
Oh,
am I?
yeah, you're masked by. I'll put you. Read. You are here.
How high up is that guy?
30, 40. Excuse me.
40.
40.
I can't physically get there. So if he's there, okay. I cast divine favor as a bonus action.
Okay.
And then, so he's within distance of I can throw my spear. So, if he's that close to me from there,
Yep.
I am calling out my vow of enmity on him as I attack. So
Okay.
I have advantage on my attacks, and my first attack is 22 to hit.
Hits.
Okay, damage. This is all radiant. So that's 9. 17 radiant damage. And my second attack, 23 to hit.
Hits.
And radiant damage again, and that's only 15 radiant damage that time.
Only. Okay. You can see this thing is in a lot of pain. Undead pain, I guess.
Yeah. And also, so from where I am here, I want to move away from everybody else. So if for breath weapon wise, it wouldn't affect all of us at the same time again. I can't get up to him, so I'm just going to be underneath him somewhere different. I can just throw my spear at him.
Okay. Yeah, you and Rytag are underneath him. Probably. Is that better if I do that?
Yep.
A little better? I'll add a little light. Aziz. Okay. It is going to make another legendary action. If you are done, the Dracolish moves up to half its speed. Make one friend. It is going to reach around and grab Sylvanas.
Boris getting the reach around. How about that?
28. 28. Huzzah, he said. All right.
The rend attack?
28 to hit.
I'm going to deflect it.
Okay. Okay.
Do you do that dope monk shit where like you like swing it around your body and then just like fly it off in another direction like fucking Goku and shit?
I mean, I can if I reduce it down to 0, but this is just going to be me going, get away from me.
Is it a half damage thing?
It's a D10 plus 9, so whatever. So the 18 total damage, I will reduce it by.
Okay. 1 second. The 19, you said?
18 total.
18.
I'm sure it's doing a lot.
24 total.
Okay, so
6 damage.
So yeah. Okay.
So yeah, you've been like very good about ducking underneath one of these things, but its claw is so big, it still got you with like its dew claw. You know what I mean? Like you feel it scrape across your back, and that brings up Brytag.
Okay, so okay, so that being said, I'm trying to time this. Who is directly after me?
The Lich.
The dragon.
The dragon?
Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna be an asshole. I am going to, as my primary action, I am going to channel divinity, Path to the Grave.
Okay.
Which means that the next attack that is made against this particular monster, it is vulnerable to its damage type.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Okay. As a bonus action, I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon.
What does your weapon look like?
My weapon looks like a scythe, like the Grim Reaper.
Oh, okay.
Like a middle
Or a
finger.
giant sword or whatever. I mean, I'll fucking Green Lantern the shit out of it. It'll look like a giant mallet for all I care.
Like a foam middle finger.
Yeah.
Closer.
A big foam hand just comes and smacks it.
Mm-hmm.
A
giant fly swatter.
Where are you placing this thing?
Right next to it, within melee range.
Okay. All right, that's up. And
its attack. Yeah, that is a natural 20 for 26.
okay.
So 52 because he's vulnerable.
No, that's just a hit. This damage is doubled because damage is going to be, so he's vulnerable, so it's going to be that, and then the critical will double that.
So our criticals, you take the full damage of whatever it is, and then roll the damage on top of that.
Yeah, so damage and modifier, then damage. Then roll the dice.
Okay.
Hey, if he can sort it out, Kate, you can pop in. We don't care. They're gonna die anyways.
No, I have a spot. I can move. Kurt down
that is
to
going to be
Zolt's spot.
64 points of damage.
Oh my god. Okay.
And that's the vulnerable damage.
Yeah, that's a
Okay.
vulnerable. What the vulnerable? Yeah.
Hi, Mandy. Yeah, Vin, you're welcome. If you're out there listening, you can pop in, buddy. You can come out from your slumber, and then finish the rest of their RP. They were very conflicted. Okay. Anything else, sir? That was a fantastic round.
No, that's it. That was my action bonus action.
So this thing is like, is it glowing from the vulnerability it's going to take?
No. The vulnerability is only for that next attack, which I did. So now it's back to normal.
Okay. Yeah, you guys just saw him light up, and then a scythe just hits this thing across the back of its neck. You can see where you're sitting, Sylvaris, where like the cords are, you know what I mean? The back of its neck are like exposed, and the scythe just like split it. Its head is like trying to stay affixed, but it was going to like saw it off. All right, and that brings up. Since that's the end of your turn, it is going to use. Nope, it's got to have its turn first. Okay, it's just going to go hard in the pain. It's going to attempt to recharge its breath.
Can I tickle its ear and distract it?
It's not distracted. You see it where you could see the muscle in its neck getting sliced. You can see this boiling up like death and gas coming out as it looks straight down. It's going to try to line. He's going to fly back and try to hit Calistan and Brytag. So he's gonna swing around behind Calistan and shoot the breath. So both of you make a Constitution save. Both Calistan and Brytag.
19.
Okay. What'd you get, Brytag?
I'm making a dex save.
Constitution.
Okay, so there's no way to dodge this.
Nope. Yeah, it's
Okay.
not. It's not that kind of breath. Yeah, it's Constitution.
Okay. Getting around my goddamn fucking ring of fucking reaction. I see how it is.
What'd you get?
I got a con. All right. I got a 21.
Okay, you pass. Calistan, you do not. Vin's like, I can't. I'm too scared of the dragon, she said. Just said she didn't want to die. So 20, 31, 38, 42, 49 again. 49 or 24. Kalistan. 49 or 24. As it whirls around.
Okay, Cal's down.
I mean, oh no.
Oh, hold on. Nope. Okay, I gotta wait.
Okay.
Well, actually, no. When
Um,
can we take our reaction? Or no, I've already gone, so my reaction cannot be taken. Correct?
No.
No, it can be taken. It can be taken any
You
time.
can take it.
Was he dealt a critical hit or no?
No, just a breath weapon.
Just breath weapon. Okay.
That brings up Gryffindor.
Uh,
I feel
Next
bad.
week.
Let me be a Buled.
Uh,
This isn't fair. You just made us level 9 and let me be a Buled.
It's fine.
Defenders-
These things happen.
gonna fly 30 feet on towards it. Clutching
So
his
you're on a flat
holy.
trajectory, 30 feet above the ground as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Holding his holy symbol. He's gonna divine spark it, and force the creature to make a con save.
Okay.
Kurt, what's the what's your Kellamvor, right?
18.
That makes it so you take half of 2d8 plus 3 radiant damage.
Okay. All right, Vin, this is your fault if they die.
14
Amir.
half is 7 radiant.
7 radiant. Okay. This might be the game changer. So that was... All right,
We
so
have to come
Vin.
save the day.
Yep.
And he's gonna
Oh,
look
no.
to the others. Come on, Cal. You gotta put more of a fight up than that. And with mass healing word, he's gonna heal everybody except the Lich, obviously. With 3d4 plus 3 healing.
Okay. You cast this. Then you're starting to come through. As you cast this, you notice that it just turns into necrotic energy in your hand. You're so close to this dragon. There is no way to heal in the presence of a Draculus. As you go to heal,
Would I know that? So am I losing the spell, or is it not just going?
you're losing the spell. These guys already tried this before, but you just noticed as you did that, you tried healing. Now, I would submit, you can tell, but you go to heal, and there's like an energy around this thing. Some of the party know this. You guys did not, because they faced this creature before. Then, roll initiative.
Yeah. That is a 10. Oh,
Okay.
wait, no. Upside down. That's a 13.
Okay.
A 6 is just an upside down 9.
All right. So I'll come to your segue and in a second. Let's see. Who was that? That was Gryffindor. Now it's Silvaris on the dragon's back.
Seeing the scythe just open up this giant wound, he sees this as a sign from Airdrie of what to do, and you just honestly, nobody's going to hear him from 40 feet away, but he says to himself, "There, that is where the storm returns." And it's like, "Airdrie, break it!" As he and a flurry of blows into the wound. So it's going to be 4 attacks. So a dirty 20.
It's
11.
shit. Use my. You guys tricked me. I didn't use my legendary action.
17. Does that hit?
Does not hit. No.
18.
Does not hit.
Okay, so 1 hit. Way to go, Airdrie.
Oh,
Gonna
The goddess failed
reaction use another channel divinity, and where is it? What's the one? Guided strike at a +10 to the one that missed for.
Okay.
Oh,
Hits.
So 2? Okay.
Yep, you hit.
So 16. And we'll call it, thunder damage this time.
Okay.
You just hear some sonic booms come from its neck. Boof, boof.
Yeah, you're just up there getting to work on this thing's neck as this spiritual weapon's kind of floating around at the same time. The creature will use. It's gonna dive down now that Kale is dead. Use half its movement. You flew closer. Actually, it's gonna move towards Gryffindor and make its rend attack. Gryffindor. It just moves forward and it'll do a rend attack on you. Take a swipe at you. That's 27.
Yeah, that
27 to hit. Yeah. I know I'm just saying it out loud. I'm not trying to be smart. 2d10. It's 11 slashing damage and 3 necrotic damage for a total of 14.
what's left for necrotic? 1.
Yes. Yeah, so 12 total damage. It makes that attack. And Vin, I had something written for you before. And you told me like right away, but I just finished it. So you were just in a bit of not necessarily a coma, but you were pretty wiped out from the previous fight. You're coming to, you have this dream. You feel like you rode a dragon into battle. You see yourself on the back of some dragon long ago. It would live in a desert and be summoned to you. You see Isabel as you land, pet its nose, and give you your hand to bring you down. Then there's this flash. You see a melancholy beast in a shadow, being slowly bound by chain. Dark, dark room. You see this massive crystal and its energy being pulled like wisps of a soul into this massive gem. And then you awake as you hear the sheer cries of another kind of dragon. And you do your Marvel walk out the front gate as well. I'll let you get, how close do you want to get on, you know what I mean? Like, because you're inside, You would have been like 200 feet away, but I want you to get in this fight as well. So I'll start you at like 60 feet away by that boulder. It's a lovely boulder.
That's a nice boulder. Okay, so what's the state of everybody? I feel like Cal is on the ground. Okay, so who are you?
I'm not quite dead yet.
Oh my god.
Kale is currently taking a dirt nap.
Okay.
I'm up here.
And our monk is doing dope monk shit on the back of a Draco Lich in midair.
Oh, he's on it.
Almost
That
in it.
seems.
I mean, it's
seems about
a lot
right.
of bone, so I'm kind of like probably half in it, half on it.
Yeah.
Uh,
And
just see.
It's
him,
kinda
like,
gross.
dangling out of
It's
it.
kind of weird
fucking
and
casting
gross.
fucking goddamn divine light that is killing everything, and it's a wonderful, beautiful thing.
Okay, so.
But as usual,
One-
you do see
one
Kale
down.
on his back underneath
Yeah.
this thing, just
Oh
doing
no!
I like how you prefaced that with "as usual."
brave paladin
As
thing.
usual. I feel like Sylvaris is always on top of whatever we're fighting. Also,
Yeah.
he just likes to
Yeah.
I
like
can't. Well, I can't
cat
do
crawl his way up
anything.
there.
Otherwise, I'd just be standing
Far
there
away.
going,
Yeah,
"Good
You're like,
job, guys."
I'm gonna use my wind shit on this guy real quick. Okay. So I'm 60 feet away. I'm gonna I guess just witch bolt the damn dragon.
Okay.
What?
So excited.
Okay. Yeah, I know. It just like flew off the thing. It's an 18. 18 to
That
hit.
that misses, but the bolt connects.
Okay. Do, 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 do. And then. And then. Where is Cal? Is he on the dragon too, or is he?
I'm underneath the dragon.
You're
On the
underneath
floor.
the dragon. I guess I'll try to move a little bit closer. Maybe try to circle around like the back of the dragon.
Okay. The witch's bolt fires, and you move towards the back of the dragon.
Mm-hmm.
It will expend a one of its legendary actions for Sylvaris, Brytac, and Gryffindor. Make a wisdom save.
14.
Okay.
Huzzah! 12.
A
Uh-oh.
13.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Bad die roll at some point. Am I turned to stone?
Are
Am
we
I a
frightened?
newt?
You
Am
all
I in
receive
its non-existent rotting stomach?
you all receive
Oh my god.
10 psychic damage.
10 psychic?
Yep.
Is that all of us take the damage?
No. You can't have a wisdom save when you're unconscious.
I am
And-
down.
You're down.
I'm gonna use. Okay, it's not a reaction, so I'm gonna use Guarded Mind and succeed on the Wisdom save.
Okay. Is that a box you click?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. I love it. It's just like when you deflect. Hey, is it a box you click? Yep. Okay, I like it. If that's just like something, it's just like I just
Do it.
It's a reaction. That's a reaction for me, but it's
that's fine. You are a monk. What am I thinking? Yeah. All right. Ooh, so we got a Brytac down. All right. Savaris, you are frightened until the end of this creature's next turn. Gryffindor, you're good to go, and you were just out of the reach of this. Vin, as this thing roars and just like old viscera and stuff come out of its mouth, and you see Brytac, who's having an ultimate Kelemvor undead battle, just waver and fall to the ground. Just hear this clump of
Wait a minute. Where's my fucking squire who's gonna heal me with laying on of hands?
He's trying to heal you underneath the dragon. He's like, "I'm sorry, my lord," and he falls on your back, also unconscious.
God damn it.
He's on top of you.
That's good.
That's
It's a
not
good-
helping me.
Good imagery. Kale. Okay. Nothing happens. Let's see. That brings up Bright Tech. I got you. I do the death saves here, Bright Tech. It keeps
Bet you do.
the suspense going.
I'm sure. Uh-huh.
So you can't war game that. Yeah. I won't kill people. I'm a paladin. All right, so that brings up the monster. Will attempt to regain its breath as it's turning around to face the new threat that is Vin. I will try to see if I can. It does not gain that breath back. As you're just ripping its cords out, you see it start pouring out of its throat. Silence from your hits, and it's trying to gargle up its necrotic breath. But you did a good job. So it will take 3 attacks of rend on. Oh my god, why have I not done this? You unleash once a day. You unleash negative energy towards a creature you can see within range. The target must make a Constitution save. Gryffindor. Make a Constitution save, please.
Gosh. $21.
Pass. One sec. Or half as much. All right. Three, 6, 7.
Holy crap.
10, 25, 31, 27, 41, 71. Half is 35. 35 necrotic damage as it points at you. Death.
Fucking the goddamn Draco Lich has fucking power word death?
So
That's what the breath weapon is. Power wood breath.
So I was saved, but I'm resistant to necrotic.
Okay.
So does it get halved again?
Yep. So 35. Yep. So 15, 16, 17 necrotic
Oh, yeah.
damage.
Gosh.
You feel this energy hit you, and you see Gryffindor just hunker down while he's floating in the air to take 17 necrotic damage. It looks at you. It's trying to bring you down.
That's the best you got.
Oh yes, and it was like turning towards him, and now it's just like locked on you.
Oh, hell yeah, keep that up.
Yeah, you can definitely go to the
6
DM,
hit
no problem.
points.
That brings up Gryffindor.
Oh, nice.
Oh no.
Oh, this bitch. What do I want to do? I'm fly up to him with 30 feet if possible.
If you can go face to face.
And then I'll look at Sylvaris, if this doesn't go well, end it for me. And I'm going to cast Spirit Guardians at the 4th level.
Okay.
Wisdom save of 14 or higher.
Okay.
Airdrie approves.
Airdrie approves of this message. Where's my die?
Natural 20.
Nice. So 4d8 halved. Do I have enough d8s?
All you need is one.
I like that this track glitch has been around for you guys for a little bit too. The fact that I got a heal out of it to shut that down, I was like,
20 halved, so
tenor.
10 radiant.
Okay.
You can see this thing is in a rough place as one of its ribs just falls to the ground in front of you. Vin, you're sitting there, this massive, like, mastodon, you know what I mean? Like, tusk just boom lands in front of you as a piece of it falls. It's looking rough. Is that your turn, Gryffindor?
Yeah, I can't cast another spell, so yeah.
Yep, it'll take a swing at you to try to rend you with one of its claws. As it looks at you, you try to embarrass Helmut Darkshade. I know that was corny. All right, so that's 21 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Why do D10s have to look like D8s? I'm so confused.
I don't know.
So that's 13 slashing
Okay, I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna
Since
plummet
I am
to the
presently-
earth.
and
Since I'm
7
presently down, I'm gonna go to
necrotic.
the bathroom.
Yep, as you fall and hit the ground, you lose a death save.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Hey, but look, you guys are all piled together. It's precious.
We're buddies! Hey, look, I'm Kale!
It's up to us, Ven.
Oh, gosh.
This is a good picture. Vin's looking at you like, brother, ew.
Yeah. Like,
You
what
brother.
the fuck?
What's
Look
that?
at. She says, "Brother, ooh." I say, "Look at me, I'm covered in goo."
And so that was.
No.
Now it's Sylvaris's turn.
From up above, you just hear Airdrie, your hand, and I'm gonna cast Hand of Airdrie into its mouth. Just a fist comes from out of nowhere straight into its mouth. Make a dex save, please.
Yes, sir. It'll elect to save.
Okay. 8, 14, 18, so 9 lightning damage.
Okay. Yep,
Into
you
its-
hit this thing and the bolt extends out of its mouth. You can see it, Vin, as it just lights up. It almost like glows from the inside, as you can see that he punched from inside this thing's skull.
Damn, he's inside. He's like, get
I'm
up
on
in
its
there.
neck. I'm on its neck,
Okay.
and
It'll
that
try to rend you. It'll reach
Yeah.
back to try to grab you, Sylvaris. You're like the biggest problem it's got. It'll just use legendary action. That's a 20 to hit. Oh, 20. No. What's up?
for my bonus action, because that would have been my action to do that. I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on myself.
Okay. Don't worry, that was only 16 to hit. So Shields of Faith work fantastically. Wait.
I'm
Is
at
it
17
16?
anyways, but that
Okay.
takes me
Alright,
up to
yeah.
19. Yeah.
Kale will get a death save. Kale, you see yourself staring in a mirror. You see yourself walk up to it. and you see there's grayish fur in some parts of this tabaxi looking back at you. It looks at you and just locks eyes, very familiar face, like you're looking at yourself, but an older version inside of a mirror. You can see also to your right and left, there are mirrors all around you. Brings up Brytax save.
Am I dead yet?
Nope.
Damn.
Brytax can't die. All right.
I've got to
that
meet
brings
my
up-
god. What are you talking about?
Brings up Helmut tries to bring it back. Why'd I roll a d20? And you do see it flowing up. It turns its head to spit. Make a Constitution save, Vin.
What's the
Constitution
damage?
save. Oh, what the kind of damage?
Oh, I got a nat
Necrotic.
20, 25.
Oh.
But what's the damage?
Necrotic. So you'll get half
Necrotic.
of even this. Yeah.
Can I cast shield?
That's on a hit. So that would just only increase your AC.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
okay. Yeah.
So you're taking half of this. So it's 30.
From up above, he's like, it smells horrible.
D1. You take 14 necrotic damage
14.
from it. That was a really high roll, by the way. Like, this thing just blasts you with this undeath. As a matter of fact, you see like wisps of like a ghost or something like come through this as well, like just spewing out something this thing has eaten before. And that brings up Brytech went, Helmet went, Gryffindor to roll. We're gonna have to talk. We're gonna have to talk after this one. All right, Silvaris.
Another flurry of blows.
Okay.
Yeah. So first one. That's not gonna hit. Second. Nat 20. Third. Not gonna hit. Fourth, not gonna hit. But I got one nat 20 out of it.
Okay.
So that's 11 plus 5 is 15. Lightning damage.
Plus 5, 15 lightning. You're sitting there. Did you go for your swing on this nat 20? How do you do this?
So because I have 15 feet of reach, my fist just goes straight through, and Vin just sees my fist coming out the other side of its neck, and the head falls off, and I fall with it.
This thing crashes. You see this.
Can I try to catch him?
I have slow fall anyway, so it I
Okay,
don't
so
really take any damage.
Yeah. The shadow that kind of comes with the energy of a Dracolich dissipates. You see there in a pile the three of you, like laying there. Gryffindor on top of Kalistan and Brytech. As you guys get up and walk over.
Lay on hands on each of them.
Kale, you come back. You blink out of the stream you've had. Brytech, you blink out of.
How many hit points do I get?
2.
Well,
you each get 2.
Stay with me on this.
Yeah.
Gryffindor remains unconscious. And that's where we'll end the session.
Fucking what?
Yo, I went out like a G, son.
Dude, I did a you got a 3 and a nat 1.
Oh, damn.
Shit.
The Warduke die was a bastard today. It was a bastard. But we're gonna talk, and then as a team. So on that, you see this teleportation circle. It's still there. It doesn't seem to be empowered by any magic, and pick up in 2 weeks from this spot with what happens off screen.
Woofa.
Let's see. Well, on that note, Tuesday, Ravenloft, Darling Creepshow. Wednesday, we're packing Eve of Ruin in the Fey Deserts.
Oh my God.
In the Waste of Time. And then Thursday, what do we got, Kate? What's happening?
We've got the Violet Moon Saga.
This is what's
my
happening.
new campaign. Yeah, he's gonna wear that beret.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Black
fun.
Parade. Yeah.
It's
There
Baguette.
we go.
Was it Charlie Langblade? Right?
Charlie Langlade. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 of these guys are gonna be over there.
Yep.
And a couple other people, and it should be great. Feywild, so come and check it out. First episode. So
Yeehaw.
And
shenanigans.
then when we got Sunday, we're back with Pete, who is definitely going to murder me in Saltmarsh. I'm
What
gonna
are
be
you
let me
good.
look
talking about? He's a great guy, wonderful guy. He
He's a
wouldn't do
great
such
guy.
a thing.
I was serving a
ever.
succulent
No.
Chinese meal. Yeah.
If only I were here.
If only you were here earlier, you would have died with the rest of us.
Maybe. I'm pretty wily. I don't know.
All right, where are we going? Let's see. Let's raid. Oh, we got the bodies here. Who's up? Oh, not too many people are on. How about Disorderly Dice? Have you guys heard of
Disorderly.
Havoc RPG? Havoc or Disorderly? Where are we going?
Let's do a
Ooh,
D20.
Curse of Strahd is Havoc, actually. They're
There
doing
we
Havoc.
go.
They're doing Curse
Done.
of Strahd. We should go there. Let's rally to them, guys.
Then I'm gonna go do the teaser, and then we'll just then we'll go.
Oh
So,
yeah, we
so
got Alien coming on April 26th.
see everybody later.